Good evening. Welcome back to United TV. We're going to be talking about anything people want to talk about. We're going to be talking about different transfers. Michael Carrick. How did Gabriel not get a red card? That's definitely something we might talk about as well. When we've seen Manchester United struggle with availability of certain players because of other things which are deemed a red card, and the answer might be that Bilal did say because he doesn't play for Manchester United. That might be the punchline with this one, but. No, hope everybody's having a good weekend. This is a forum for all Manchester United fans and other football fans as well. If you want to come on, have your say, and also ask questions, maybe answer questions that people in the chat put out there as well. So if you're watching now, please post some questions as well, because the show will be completely dependent on what people want to talk about. I mean, transfers are something that Man United fans are interested in talking about. Maybe we're in a situation now where the landscape has changed, that now we're starting to talk about definitely getting Champions League football, where this season, the conversation definitely at one point was, are we even going to get European football? But we're definitely going to get Champions League football, I think, in my mind now. And I don't know who's going to be winning the title, though. And I've got Bilal on at the moment. I will be posting the link after a bit. I've got a link sent as well to somebody that was going to come on as well. So hopefully we'll get him on quite soon. And so, Bilal, welcome to the comments. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Hope you had a good weekend. And I'm guessing you had a very enjoyable match yesterday in the end. Great
Oh
result.
yeah, we won. That was brilliant. Got a road to look at times, but 3 points is the most important thing.
100%. I said, like, people were asking me, loads of people before the match, would you take a draw? And there was a few people I know that were saying, given the situation, like a draw wouldn't have been a bad result. I
I
think
would have
everybody
taken the
wants to
draw
win.
myself. I was saying it
I
in the
was I
comments.
was
I
tempted.
wouldn't mind a 1-1
I,
draw.
I was being tempted. When I saw the lineup, I was thinking the only thing that maybe gave me a little bit of a boost was that João Pedro was missing for Chelsea, and I thought he would be a danger man. And then, when Estevao goes off and they bring on Garnacho, you think, okay, maybe it could be our day. And that was definitely, I started getting a little bit more confident.
Yeah,
But
that was an
how are you
unfortunate
feeling?
injury for Estevao.
I've got a question statement from United side Dice saying, I'm back in character, get us to the finish, give him a 2-year contract, see what he can build. And this is something that I've seen people debating this on social media. At the moment, since Michael Carrick's been in charge of Manchester United, I don't think any team has picked up more points in the Premier League. I think we're top of the league in terms of points since it was something like the 17th of January or whenever it was, 19th of January. We've picked up more points than any other team since then. And okay, performances haven't always been fantastic, but what more can he do? Like if he has a record that beats every other team in the Premier League, what more can Michael Carrick do? It's how are you feeling about that situation?
I've still not made my mind up on Carrick myself. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure on him. Like, I'm not Carrick in or out. I don't know what I think of him yet.
It's not the worst decision in the world. It's not the worst situation, is it? Because if you don't
No,
get a
it's
different
not.
replacement, Michael Carrick has proved. I think he's proved that we've beaten like Manchester City, we've beaten Arsenal, now we've beaten Chelsea twice, and I think Liverpool are very lucky today to scrape that win in 90 plus 10, 11 minutes, however long they played. It's and welcome Ryan. Yeah, Bilal's
Yeah,
Bilal's
that's
on at the
me.
moment.
Hi,
We will be getting
pick
someone
up.
else that I think people might recognise quite shortly. He said he's setting up about 2 minutes ago, so
Okay.
hopefully it won't be too long.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is one where if you've got some questions, there will be a few people getting involved as well. Hopefully, I think we will be getting Helgi joining a bit later on as well. Have you got any questions you want to put out there to the chat, or if the chat has got some questions? Like, what did you want to
I
talk
think
about, Bilal?
we should talk about that Gabriel headbutt situation. I
What's
thought
your
Anthony
opinion?
Taylor made a terrible decision there. And VAR were quick not to get involved for some strange reason.
Do you think this is something that can be appealed and looking at because
Um, it doesn't really make a difference now. Game's over.
I was just thinking if they lose him for like if you're looking at violent conduct, that could be him out for most of the rest of the season. Like that'd be 3 games gone.
Yeah, but I don't know. Can you appeal? It's a yellow card. I don't know. They gave him a yellow card. Can you appeal that or not? I'm not sure.
I suppose with this one, there's not going to be too much that you can say. I suppose I think it's not something they've missed, is it? When they give them a yellow card, usually it means they can't go back and change the
Yeah,
decision. So yeah, that's a bit
it's a
annoying.
silly rule, to be fair. I don't know why they can't change that rule. I don't understand that rule.
Yeah, I think that VAR is just a. I'll say this: when we're talking about bringing VAR in years ago, I thought potentially the idea was that you avoid the obvious mistakes. And I'm thinking, like Frank Lampard against Germany, like obvious mistakes. I wasn't thinking that it's for scrutinising something which is a legitimate goal and trying to work out whether it deflected off like the sleeve of a shirt or something nonsense. Agile Beast, welcome to chat. Chat says should have been a red card for Gabriel. And
Yes, it should.
I think
100%.
I mean we're neutral as well. I don't like Arsenal. I don't like Man City.
No,
I think it's that you
no,
look at it
neither
and
do
think
I.
that it's a bad decision.
Terrible decision.
Night
VAR
Dice
waved it
says,
away straight away.
yeah, VAR found
I'm
that it wasn't
confused.
aggressive conduct. Aggressive conduct. So he it's making me laugh. Like, was it aggressive conduct when the hair pull thing? Somebody was saying that it happened literally in the game later, like the next game they saw it happened at the same time. And I was thinking, you got to be. It's happened in lots of games. And I'm thinking if they want to clamp down on that, then start handing out reds to other teams. That yeah, can you imagine if that was a Manchester United player and you're
No,
looking
I
at
actually
let's say
remember. I actually remember Manchester derby from like 2017, and Fellaini got sent off for doing something similar to Sergio Aguero, and it was a
saying
similar force.
the refereeing standards, what is going on?
I know it's awful, especially this season. I've seen some terrible decisions.
Do you think this is one where that despite this, you know how we had this conversation about Manchester United at the start of the season where you think, okay, there's like fine margins, or at least Manchester United are playing better that these things aren't really costing us. Like we got players suspended. I think the fact we had to play with Mazraoui, Aiden Heaven, at least our team's actually better set up under Michael Carrick, and it's a situation that we can deal with this a little bit more. Like we are, I think, looking at the league table, and we've got like you've got that many games to go in the season, and Champions League football looks like it's getting close to like being over the line. I was thinking that say you look back in January when we were replacing the head coach then, and I would be thinking when it comes to the end of the season, it's going to be really stressful about are we going to get European football? Are we going to be in like Europa League positions? And when you look at it, Manchester United's record, okay, it's been a little bit patchy recently, but we're 10 points above Chelsea. And Chelsea have lost 4 straight games. Liverpool were lucky today, but we're only, I say, 12 points behind Arsenal, which is obviously still
I'm
quite a
confident.
lot.
I
But
think that we've qualified already for the Champions League, especially with 5th place being in the Champions League this season. We've
it looks
definitely
like Chelsea have done, doesn't it? It
qualified.
looks like Chelsea. Our next game's against Brentford. They're a draw specialist. They've drawn 5 straight games. And I was thinking at this point, if United get another point, I think in that sort of game, Chelsea have got Brighton away, which is a tough game. Then they've got Leeds. So Chelsea have got some difficult games. And I think we've got, looking at our next
Leeds
couple
in
of
the
games,
Premier League. Aren't
I
Leeds
think
in
they've
the
got an
FA
FA
Cup
Cup
with them?
match, but they've got
Yeah, yeah,
but Chelsea just have fixtures, don't they? They have a lot of fixtures, and they've got
they do.
Leeds in the FA Cup, and then they've got Forest in the Premier League, which will be difficult, and Chelsea have got Liverpool in the Premier League. I think that's the key
Well,
one that
Leeds already beat them
Chelsea,
this season.
yeah, and Chelsea play Liverpool,
Uh,
so they're going to drop
oh,
points.
Liverpool too. Yeah. But Leeds beat them already earlier on in the season at Ellen Road. so they could beat them
Scott says,
again and knock them out.
did you hear the VAR in the United versus Bournemouth game? I'm not sure what
No,
that
what do you
was,
mean?
but yeah,
Yeah,
let us know what you mean,
yeah,
Scott,
you're gonna have
regarding
to
the
explain
VAR in
that
the
to us,
Bournemouth game.
Scott. Oh, is that the way they wrote off the Ahmad penalty? They came back and said that, oh yeah, you can't appeal it or something.
And I just like to see if Scott can reply to that one.
Yeah, I
But
think that's where it was. Yeah, they said there was nothing wrong and the decision was correct to not give us a penalty for the Ahmad foul or the Ahmad foul. I think that's what he means. Yeah, yeah. That's what he
so
means.
Ahmed pulled down Maguire sending off. Yeah, I think Maguire sending off, like, yeah, it was a red card with Maguire. You can't really say
So
too much.
Maguire would have got red card, but yeah, I think he should have got a penalty for the Ahmad one.
Yeah, I was of the mind that I remember speaking to someone about it. I thought that that should have been a penalty, and we got unlucky, but
We did.
they thought it wasn't a penalty. I thought it was a penalty because I think he just deliberately pulled him down, and the way Amajoli went down was just he was just fouled. Was my view. It felt like it wasn't consistent.
No, it wasn't. It was a similar foul. It's exactly the same foul, and one's a penalty and a red card, and the other was not. I don't understand some of the rules and decisions that the refs make. I really don't.
Yeah. How are you feeling regarding, like, there's been a lot of discussion about potential transfers, and like I know Fabrizio and Ornstein are starting to push out rumours. We're linked to, I don't know how many 10 plus midfielders. What do you think is like likely to happen? Like, do you think that Man United are clearly we still say we're in a transfer race with, City for Anderson, and if I talk to
Uh,
people, everyone's got a different view about, like, who would you go if you got to pick three midfielders, like, what's your kind of order? And it's got to be a realistic price, I suppose, but like maybe a couple 100 million for the three. But what would be your, like, kind of hope, like, wish
Ideally, I'd
list
want
maybe?
uh, Anderson, but I don't think we'll get him. So, uh, out of all the targets we're linked with, I would like Tonali, Wharton, and Carlos Believer. I think that's the doable, yeah, signings. The doable signings, yeah.
Yeah. How would you commit? There's a lot of people that look at Belieber and they're not keen.
I just think he's
I've,
having an off season. I think he'll come good
I've got
again.
Mr. G Wolf in the house. G
Hi,
Wolf,
G
What?
like,
Wolf.
how are you doing tonight?
All good, bro. How are you guys doing?
Not
I'm
bad.
good. Like, are you starting to think that we should start getting used to Champions League football music next year again?
Oh, it's gonna be surround sound and everything, and it's gonna be brilliant. I can't wait until next season, Champions League. Oh, it's not gonna be the old Champions League thingy though. You're gonna have to get used to that new Champions League music though.
No, we haven't been allowed to enter since the new format. Are you looking forward to the format of playing 8 different teams in the group
It's
stage?
gonna be interesting playing 8
Well,
different
it's
sort of
similar to the
teams.
Europa League last season. To be fair, it's not much different to format. It's all the same, all the European competitions. So we're used to it a bit.
Well, yeah, true. It's gonna be brilliant. I know that.
Yeah, we've just played better teams this time round.
As long as we finish in the top 8, that's all I care about. To getting us into the to get us into that the later stages.
What's your thoughts, G Wolf? Like, transfers, like Bilal still likes Belieber. He's the one that definitely people have changed their mind a bit. What would you be thinking now in terms of, like, what would be your best case scenario for Man United in the transfer window?
The best case scenario is
Yeah, who do you want? We're going to fix midfield.
I
Who do
really
you
want Anderson. I really do want Anderson. I love Anderson. I love what he brings to Nottingham Forest, but also for England as well. Yeah, it's going to be a pricey signing, but I tell you what a hell of a player we got if we can get him. But as you said earlier, you said like a little bit earlier, you said Man City were in for him. Is he going to go to Man City or is he going to come to United? And then who's the second option? I would definitely say Tonali. If not tonight, it's got to be. We can need 3 players anyway. We need 3 midfielders at least. So me saying, I think like we should go for Anderson, get Tonali, and then go for a cheaper signing. We need to literally.
Okay.
Adam Wharton.
When you say Anderson plus Tonali, that's probably a crazy amount of money. But who would be your cheaper? Like, if you're going to list, say, 2 or 3 cheaper options, you think would be good players for Man United?
Did you take Wharton?
Adam Wharton for 40 mil? Yeah, I'll take him.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I think some of these, it's difficult to know how much, like Wood, Crystal Palace, what price are they going to want. Do you like the player? Do you rate Angela Stiller as highly as Vavell does? Because I think he's going to be one that there's a reasonable chance you might go for him. Where I don't see links from him to other clubs too much. The price is going to be 42 million release clause, so it's not bad.
I've never really seen Stiller.
I haven't really seen Stiller either. I don't know how good of a player he is. If he's a great footballer, then bring him. But
yeah, I can't comment on
personally,
it. Personally,
we need Premier League proven at the moment.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because of the price, because Angela Stiller might have that release clause of 42 million. I think that puts him a tempting, like very tempting price. And then Alex Scott is another one that we don't know the price exactly, but maybe looking 55, 60.
I'll tell you another person who we should look at, should also go for is that Middlesbrough midfield player. Keep on forgetting his name.
Hackney.
That's the one. I'll go for him still. He's still a brilliant player.
Morgan Gibbs White was on fire today. So he was definitely talked about. I'm not sure who he's linked to. I think Man United fans do talk about him sometimes, but hat-trick today.
How much is he worth?
I don't know. I thought when I saw the result today, and I was thinking, well, a bit more today probably after that.
I prefer Morgan Rogers to him.
Yeah, so do I.
He's a much better player.
Whoever says he loves Wharton, so like a modern version of Michael Carrick. I think that's probably.
Yeah, he's right there.
Do you think with Wharton, like, do you think it's going to be difficult because Crystal Palace put these really high prices on their players, and when they was trying to sell Gahey a year ago, they wanted like 75 million from Newcastle. So I think the problem is that I think Wharton's really good. I just think the valuation from Crystal Palace might be too high. I don't know whether we're going to be able to get that deal done.
If we can get Wharton for 40 million,
there's no way you get him for 40, is there?
That's a bargain, but I don't think we'll get him for that much.
Highest end that I'll pay for Wharton is about 50 million. That's it. I won't go any higher than that.
You might struggle.
Where are they finishing? Where they predicted where they
Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace are running a European campaign as well, aren't they? And they lost Gahey in January.
They're in the semis now.
Yeah, but if they get knocked out in the semi-finals, then literally they got nothing, and then they're mid-table. They're another mid-table club.
He's worth more than he did last season.
Yeah, at the moment, Crystal Palace are like level on points with Newcastle, but they got a couple of games in hand. So, I mean, Newcastle have done really badly, but no one's going to think that you can get Tonali cheap. And Tonali's going to be probably one of the most expensive players we could buy. So I think it's I think it is difficult because when you're looking at the transfer values, that if you remember last season, you just didn't get any. There was like no value at all. All the players were really expensive, so it's very difficult to get deals done. So, so Camara, Baradi, Stiller are players that United Tie likes. They're going to be that you're looking at players in different leagues, and I think this is one that Vivell will definitely look at players. But I'm kind of agreeing with you, G Wolf. I think, and if we're going to sign 3 players, I think we're going to do the same we did last season. We're going to sign 2 players that play in the Premier League, and we're going to sign 1 player that doesn't play in the Premier League. And last year, remember, we got Cunha and Buemo, Sesko. I think Stiller's the most likely because that I've read like every article, every week there's an article saying Vivell really likes Angela Stiller, and I think he's just going to be, because he's made good decisions recently. I think he's going to be pushing that one, and the price is cheap, isn't it? It literally ticks that. Now Vivell would be happy, the Glazers would be happy. I think it's going to happen.
Well, the Glazers might be buying Tottenham anyway, so they're trying to sell the club at the moment. Now, if Ineos wants to buy United. And,
would you take any Spurs players? Because if Spurs get relegated, there might be players leaving. I was of the mindset.
You know what? The only player that I would actually take is Xavi Simons. If I absolutely wanted Xavi Simons when everyone said, right, that what player would you want before, right? And he was on the transfer market before he went to Tottenham. I said I would love Xavi Simons come to United.
I would take what's his name, Kolo Muani as the backup instead of Xerxes. I think he's much better than his player.
He's only on loan though.
Yeah, I'd take him from Juve or wherever he is.
Yeah.
See, I'm looking at this and thinking that it is difficult because I think some Spurs players, they don't look like they actually care too much because they probably know if Spurs do get relegated, they're off, and maybe it's actually good for them. Van der Ven gets linked loads, and every time I watch anything with Spurs, I see like Van der Ven is pacey. He seems to be quite good attacking wise, but I just see him making a lot of mistakes, and I'm not convinced.
Yeah, and he gets sent off.
Yeah, I wouldn't take. I wouldn't take him. To tell the truth, he was the one who literally stopped that goal on the goal line for them in the.
Oh yeah, he did.
So.
No, not Richarlison. No, thanks. No.
I was just thinking that you have to think about how much money, like Spurs have paid a lot of money for some of these players. They're not going to be having Spurs aren't going to be having a fire sale. They're not going to let these players go cheap because they need to bounce back from the Championship. So some of these players I think might be quite expensive. So
I think Simmons is just a luxury player that we don't need at the moment.
I think it's
a bit like Palmer.
Yeah. He's one of these players that technically he's good, but I don't think he's going to. I don't think he'd walk into Manchester United's team.
He gets bullied a lot. I feel like by Premier League defenders and midfielders. Simmons.
Oh, Simmons.
Yeah, you love him, G Wolf, but I'm skeptical a little bit.
Yeah,
I think Cunha's would be. There's a couple I think I've heard people talking about.
Didn't you see the goal that he scored yesterday?
And Spence might be another that they
I'm
could
not
be
sure,
with those. But I think some of the Van der Ven, when Spurs said they wanted 100 million, I was thinking, no, that's ridiculous.
No, not 100 million
for Van der Ven. Questioning it. The amount of Spurs players that Neil would take are none. It seems would take Spurs players. No, says Neil. Yeah, no. I think with this one, when I look at the teams in the bottom 3, and Spurs have been dreadful.
If you could replace Kinski with Bayern.
No, it's crazy. There was someone mentioned something earlier. Did Rodri get injured today?
No, I don't think he did.
Someone was because I was thinking with this one that do Manchester City have to sell Rodri to get Anderson? I mean, that's probably the conversation. And if Man City win the league from this position, is that just going to make it even more difficult? Because if you're Anderson, like G-Wolf, if you're Anderson, do you choose Manchester United over Manchester City? Is there any chance of that at all?
It depends. If the player wants proper football, or whether he's going for the money. If he's going for the money, then he's going to go to Man City, isn't he? Like, you is he really going to get game time? Like, look what they've got. Are they going to get rid of Bernardo Silva? Are they
I
going
don't
to get
think
rid
players
of
go to City
Rodri?
for the money these days.
No, I would say that I think if you're going to look at the top teams in the Premier League, I'd imagine you get similar money at Manchester United, Manchester City. The difference might be if you get a slightly bigger salary at Man City, your media profile explodes at Manchester United, and you could make money in other
Yeah,
ways. Like if you're looking at it, that if you're a Manchester United player, do you remember Benjamin Sesko signing for Man United and saying he didn't realise how big it was? It's
Mhm.
and if you join Manchester United, your Instagram followers, your social media followers, it goes absolutely insane. And if you want to make money, if you want money, you're going to get money anyway if you join Man United. I think with City, it's like,
Exactly.
do you want success, like short term? Like if you're going to get, if you're going to get trophies, it's the same argument we had we had the argument 20 years ago, join Man United and you win trophies. And that was what we could offer. And at the moment, I think it's like it was really important last night. We had this really long stream. It was a bit of a party at the end because we're looking at it thinking Champions League football, this makes our job a bit easier in the transfer window because there's going to be loads of players that we've got a massive list, let's say a short list, which is ironic, but we've got a lot of lists, a lot of players on this list. Some of them might choose a team based on Champions League football. And
Yep.
we dodged a bullet with Delap, but he wanted Champions League football. We had Gyökeres wanted Champions League football, but I think Gyökeres didn't like. Well, there's some issue with Amarin, I'm sure, behind the scenes. But anyway, he chose Arsenal, and he might get
thank
over
God.
the. I mean, yeah, and I think we got okay with that. But if we're looking at some of the big players now, and Anderson, if Angela still has got options in Champions League teams as well, maybe he doesn't look at Man United if we don't finish in the Champions League. So I think finishing the Champions League means that there's certain players like Alex Scott and potentially, say, Boadi as an example. I think we can get those players in for sensible prices because we offer Champions League football. Anderson's difficult. I think Tonali, I don't think we get Tonali without Champions League football. Like he would look at different teams. It's really it kind of opens up the door a bit, doesn't it? That okay, some players won't want to join you, and that's fine. But say Gyökeres, Arsenal fans can't stand Gyökeres. It's I'm actually looking at the league table and thinking
There's 3
that
points between
there's
Man
3 points,
He
City
isn't
was
and
on
it?
a
The
bench
goal
Arsenal.
today.
difference. The goal difference is 1. If Man City win 2-0 in like the next game, which I don't know what the next game is. Oh, wow! Man City's next game is Burnley,
They played Burnley.
and
Yeah,
oh, they're going top, aren't they? That's in 3 days' time. On
yeah,
Wednesday, Man
yeah.
City are beating Burnley. I'm guessing. Forest
They
scored
are.
4
They are.
against Burnley today. Wow! I did say this: if Arsenal bottle the league, where do they go from here? It's
They have to sack Arteta after this, surely.
Yeah, 100%. If they
Serial
don't,
bottler.
I'll be very surprised.
They
yeah.
have
I
to.
saw some Arsenal fans talking about a quadruple, and wow! And I think
If they have
as soon as that they
standards,
talked about that,
they're sacking
they got
him.
knocked out of both cup competitions in about a week, like 2 weeks.
We
Saying
did dodge a
Arsenal
bullet.
finished.
We did dodge a bullet, Berber.
You know what's interesting is that the director of football that left Arsenal was pretty much lining up Benjamin Sesko. He was like lining up Benjamin Sesko. They got the new guy in, whose name escapes me at the moment, and he kind of pushed the Gyökeres signing. So Arsenal have been scouting Benjamin Sesko for over a year, like over a year. Ryan says, "Hear me out, guys. Put a bid in for Declan Rice."
No,
I know. I don't think you're a fan, Bilal, but I would be
no,
a
no.
fan. If you take Declan Rice out of Arsenal, it's like just putting a knife through a
They don't
balloon.
win
I think
anything.
How much do you think we'll get for Declan Rice, though? How
They
much
don't
do
win
you think
anything.
Declan Rice will go for?
12 they won with
he,
Rice.
Declan Rice. How old is Declan Rice now?
Have they won the Emirates Cup or something?
He cost 110. He's now 27 years old.
It's not worth
Yeah,
that
United
much.
can't. When we're looking up transfer targets, and we're looking at, say, Anderson, Belieber, Wharton, or we seem to be really looking at players that are 21, 22 maximum age for that sort of money. Would Declan Rice, even though he's like a bit more advanced in his career, would it be cheaper? Because if you give him Declan Rice a 5-year deal, he's 32 when that deal expires. So I don't know. I don't think you could offer, like, I don't think you could spend the sort of money we're looking at spending on a target for that one.
I think if we did go for Rice, put in a 50 million
100%
bid.
Stephanie.
Yeah, Ray has been really good. Declan Rice, but when I look at Arsenal, I don't think they've got better players in the first team. I think they've got a bit more depth. They have got maybe 16 players of similar quality, but I don't think Gyökeres is as good as Sesko. I don't think Saka's actually been doing that well for a while. And I know Odegaard is really popular. I just think Odegaard's one of these players that looks good, but he doesn't really worry me too much. We played against them quite a lot of times. He looks dangerous, but he never really, he hasn't got the killer pass. It's like, imagine if Bruno Fernandes couldn't get assists. I think that's like Odegaard. He does everything else okay, but he hasn't got the killer pass a lot of the time. I believe Saka's like, he might have been injured at the start of the season, but Saka, Martinelli, Odegaard, I think if you look at their individual numbers, and even Trossard, I think they were all putting up more impressive stats about 2 years ago. And it seems that for whatever reason their players are like, Saka's only 24. If he seems to be around for ages, but I just think people like, how many goals do you reckon Saka's got this season?
About 7.
I was going to say around about 6.
Like in the Premier League, so we just do Premier League from 27 matches.
Yeah,
he's got 6 goals. Whereas if you go back, 2 years, he got 16, and that's 16 goals for a 22-year-old. 2 years later, he's getting less, and the output this season.
Yeah, but he's been more injured though this season, though, hasn't he?
No, but you're still looking at 27 games. Could play another 4, like over 30 games, and I just think it's a bit disappointing disappointing output. That Benjamin Sesko's got more goals than that.
Wow. Apparently, Saka has 4 open play goals. The rest are penalties.
If you only counted open play goals, Arsenal would be mid-table, I think.
They would.
That
not to forget own goals. Their best striker was own goals this season.
Yeah. Welcome to the chat, Jules. So Aaron Lennon was better than Saka. I mean, I'm struggling to remember what he put up.
He won as many trophies as Saka.
Yeah, someone said that Declan Rice won more. Declan Rice hasn't won a trophy since he went to Arsenal, and that's probably the funny thing, that he won the trophy at West Ham, went to Arsenal.
Hold on.
Nothing.
Declan Rice has won the Emirates Cup. Let's not forget that.
Don't forget that Emirates Cup.
Apart from like midfield, any transfers you want, G-Wolf?
Emirates Cup is a friendly tournament.
In different positions. Where do you think we need to strengthen? I'm a bit concerned about centre backs after.
Yeah, same here. I think we need another centre back, considering that De Ligt, say the truth, as much as a brilliant player he is, injury prone as hell. Literally, he's been out for.
I think he's going to retire.
I think he needs to, because of.
Yeah, we've not heard anything from him.
Isn't it another back injury? He had a back injury when he was everywhere he's gone.
It's a bit like that first Ten Hag season with Phil Jones. They would never mention Phil Jones. The whole season there was no talk of him, and at the end of it, he retired.
It needs to be another one.
Do you think that? So he won the top of the Premier League at Christmas Trophy. That Arsenal are regularly
Don't forget that either.
I think if they gave out trophies for being in a competition in March and get knocked out in April, Arsenal would be like up there, wouldn't they? It's almost like they put something in Easter egg chocolate, which like completely derails Arsenal players. I don't know what it is.
Oh dear.
Absolutely crazy.
They don't have the
So
experience. That's what it is.
Also, I
None
think
of
we
their
need
players
another
have
striker.
experience of winning the league, apart from Gabriel Jesus, but he hardly plays.
No, he played. Didn't he play? He didn't Euro. No, it wasn't Euro, was it? That was Helen.
Euro is out, and I'm not sure at the moment what the time what the recovery time is. No, he's
They
out for a
don't
bit.
tell us. They never tell us.
No, I suppose like you don't want to give out information like that either. Do you think with the defensive situation that I don't
Not
think we could
this
sell
Jesus.
injury-prone players, but are you kind of like writing off De Ligt as a Man United player? Because I've seen that
Pretty
maybe a month
much.
ago that no one knows
Yeah.
any information about De Ligt, do they? And I'm worried that whatever it is just that he's got some injury that just seems to not like it's not going to go away. There's no information. Like he's not had.
It's
I
something
don't think
very
he's had like an
sinister.
operation or anything.
There has to be something very sinister going on.
Are
Yeah.
you starting to think like
His
Malacia,
back's
where
just gonna.
Malacia seemed to be disappearing for ages? There was no information about Malacia, and I'm just wondering whether
Yeah, but last year
whatever it
Phil
is.
Jones. Yeah. Similar situation to those two.
Who do you look at in terms of like that's out there that we should go for if we're looking at centre backs? Because there's a few
Centre-backs.
that have been linked. I'll just say a few names, and you can say if you I think these are good options. Because you got Murillo at Nottingham Forest. I think there's Van Heck at Brighton. There might be like possibly like I think Senesi is one that is talked about as well. He would be available free. Do you look at
I
these
got
and think
someone
like
in mind, but I'm not sure if he'll leave his current team. The PSG player, Pacho, I think is his name. I really rate him. That's someone outside, but I don't think he'd join us.
See, I wouldn't mind Upamecano, but whether you can
No,
get him or not.
I probably can't. I don't know.
Why not Upamecano? Didn't you see him play against Real Madrid? He was a beast of a player. Yeah, they
I don't think
scored.
he was great when we played them a couple of
No, he
years ago.
wasn't.
That's what I thought then. I think when we played Bayern Munich a couple of years ago,
I also
I was
remember
looking
seeing a
closely at
match they played, and he was
yeah.
absolutely terrible.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because I don't watch loads of Bayern Munich, and when I have watched them, I wasn't that impressed with Meccano, and I thought the Premier League is going to be more
No, I
difficult
wasn't.
than the Bundesliga as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a tricky one, G Wolf. I'm not going to say that it's not good, but I don't think we're going to get much value out of Bayern Munich. And
How
whoever
old is he
says,
now, anyway?
yeah, good point.
Yeah, he
Like,
is on the
here's
older
link-
side. But he's got experience. That's the thing.
Do you think Ryan's got a question here? Do you think it's a player problem in terms of injury? And he said regarding like Martinez, Yoro, etc. And I don't know because you look at the players at the club and think, well, Dallow's never injured. Then you look at other players. Bruno Fernandes never injured. I don't think there's quite a few players that the players that have injury issues. We thought that De Ligt had some injury issues already. And I think if you're looking at Yoro, it's a bit worrying. Yoro does seem to start missing a few more games now. Alessandro Martinez, they've been like 3 injuries, but they took him out for ages, haven't they? I think like Aiden Heaven, I don't think he's too early to tell. But I don't think it's anything necessary at the club. That it seems that I think we've been a bit unlucky. Like Martinez's injuries, they're kind of freak accidents, weren't they? Like they happened on the pitch. So that's something that's just going to happen in football.
But
would it have anything to do with the training complex or whatever? The pitch, or I don't know.
I wouldn't
Just
say the
trying to
training
think.
complex. I would say the actual training itself is something they need to look into because of maybe
Yeah.
they're overdoing it with the players in
They
training.
must be doing something wrong.
and they're not getting the balance right because of
You can't have this many injuries to our centre halves that it not be to do with anything. There has to be something in it.
Lehman says Maguire never injured. Then Maguire, he's
isn't
missed
he
a
injured
few
at the
games.
moment?
Yeah, he has. No, he's suspended. But yeah, he has the odd injuries here and there.
I mean, United Dice says you got Bastoni as like centre back. I think with these, I suppose it depends on the price, doesn't it? I think United seem to be looking at. I think we're looking at Premier League players, aren't we? Pretty much most positions. So even when you look at like centre backs, you think Nottingham Forest centre back. I mentioned Murillo, and you look at Van Heck at Brighton. That
I'll
these
take Van
are,
Hecker.
yeah, he's pretty good. I think he would be a good one. Like apparently he's going to be entering. Like last year of his contract, you were for last year of his contract, you could be looking at say 35, 40, that sort of price.
I think that would be a good price for him as well. And as I say, like, you know, I liked him. I saw him in yesterday's game, and he was brilliant yesterday.
I was saying, yeah, we can't use that excuse. That's definitely like an Arteta type excuse. No, I think the current point at the time was
there must be something. There must be something.
Yeah.
There must be a reason why our defenders.
The only thing is, right now at the end of the season, City are supposedly be thingied for the for those points. They're going to get a points reduction. Now, apparently, it's supposed to be 60 points
this season.
At the end of the season. Now, if that is correct, in what the Premier League is doing, is waiting until the end of the season, and then giving them the 60 points.
That would be brilliant.
They'd be relegated.
That'd be brilliant. That, but I'm not sure it will happen.
So you could have potentially 4 teams relegated next season. So then would Anderson really want to go to Man City?
I'd rather they take off all the titles they won instead of the 60-point deduction.
I don't think they'll do that. But I can't see if them doing a 60-point deduction.
Why not? For 115 charges.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there'll be like some sort of like you know how City are. Like everybody knows City break the rules, but everybody knows that City has like crazy money. Then you have to do something that makes it kind of null and void. If they cheat, the thing that's most frustrating is like I hate Liverpool. Like I'm a Man United fan. I hate Liverpool. But you think Liverpool ran them so close over those years, and Liverpool were playing by the rules, and Liverpool ran their players into the ground to get that one title, and you think they probably would have got another one. And if you look at it, Arsenal would have got a title, Manchester United would have got another title. They kind of like defrauded the league. And I think if you just like let it stand as like if you look at the league's record and go, oh, City got 5 titles in like 6 years or something, then if you've cheated, then you should be stripped of titles. I think it's one thing that with this is that it shows the rules need to be a bit more like enforced a bit better. But the kind of situation where I see like say Chelsea break the rules, what do they get? They get a fine, don't they? And by breaking the rules, they made about 75 to 100 million in that Club World Cup.
Yeah, and then so you find them like had a transfer ban, haven't they? And so you had a transfer ban.
What they did, like when Chelsea got a transfer ban, they signed about 20 players. They signed about 2 years worth of players, and then had a transfer ban.
And they brought all the loan players back. They had like 20 players on loan, and they put half of them back.
Look at the Championship. Leicester City getting relegated, it looks like, to League One. They got points deduction. I messaged Chris.
Everton got a points deduction to the Premier League a couple of seasons
ago. Forest got a points deduction. They almost got relegated.
10 points.
I spoke to Leicester content creator Chris on Leicester Tie Dye, and he said we broke the rules. We got a points deduction. It's fair. And he said the thing that annoys him is that like Chelsea and Man City aren't getting points deductions.
Yeah, they have the right to feel that way.
Well, Loomis says it would disrupt football. Is this like a 60-point thing? It's a bit of a mess, isn't it? It seems to have been going on.
if you had the choice, yeah, right, of a 60-point deduction or getting rid of their or stripping them of the 4 titles and a transfer ban, which one would you go for?
Strip of titles, for sure.
Yeah, titles.
Really?
Yeah,
And they
'cause they don't
still
deserve them.
be in the
They
Premier
cheated.
and they still be in the Premier League.
Well, okay, put it the other way, G Wolf. If Man United had broken the rules in, like, say 2000 or like 2005, would you
99.
rather they go? Would you rather they removed 3 straight Premier League titles and a Champions League and an FA and the treble, or would you rather a points deduction? A points deduction would be like, yeah, they've got a treble.
Slap on the
Imagine if they
wrist.
said, look, imagine if they said no treble and you've won like no league titles. No,
True,
you're not allowed
if
to
you're
sign
putting it
players.
that way. But
They
me
would lose
personally,
half their history.
I just want them out of the Premier League. Like
The little history they have,
see what
they
they
would
can,
lose it
let
all.
them see what they can do in the championship. Because I tell you what, most of those players which are at Man City at the moment, they would jump ship and say, "See you later. I'm too good for the championship." That's when you will know whether those players are there for the money or there to because they want to be with Man City.
Like Juventus players, they stayed after they got forced to get relegated. Cheated. All the best players stayed.
Would they though? Would the owners still want to be there if they're in the championship, or would they try and get that, or would they
They should be
say,
forced
look,
out. They cheated. They're the main guys that cheated. They should be forced to leave City.
you know what I mean? Something tells me that most of them will just jump ship.
They would.
Yeah, they're probably. I think with this one with City, it's like they broken the rules, and then the frustrating thing is that we're trying to get Anderson. Manchester City are trying to get Anderson. Sometimes they get players, and you think, actually, are they actually spending the amount of money they're claiming to spend? And I don't believe they are. I think there's a lot of money
No, they're definitely spending more.
yeah, when it comes out to it, it comes like Man City spend one transfer fee goes to the club to buy the player, and there's a lot of money behind the scenes that goes elsewhere. And so, remarkably,
Imagine
these
how much
deals
they would
happen
pay
quite quickly.
Haaland.
But do you
They
find it
must have
funny
paid
that
him
you
a
have a
lot of
conversation
money.
that Mark Gahey's linked to Liverpool for months and months and months, then suddenly Man City, bang, he's there, and it costs 20 million. Like, how suspicious is that?
20 million. Exactly.
Don't you think that when you look at it, think, wow, what a good deal? You think that's the deal is so good, it's suspiciously good.
Very
City
suspicious.
must have been taking Gahey's dad for ransom and said, "Look, either sign up for 20 million or see you later, see your dad." Either that, or they paid off his dad to say to his son, "Look, go to Man City, you get all this money." It's got to be a backhander somewhere.
Yeah, a nice car, a
do-
nice house, something like that.
Yeah, Robinho didn't even know what club he was signing for. I remember that.
You thought he was signing for
I
us.
thought, he said he had thought I was signing for Manchester United. What? You don't know what colour red and blue is? Are you colourblind?
Let's go through some of the questions as well. So if people have got some questions
Yeah,
about
let's get
anything,
questions in.
put some of the questions in the chat. Let's
Yeah,
not talk. We
please
don't want to
do.
talk about Man City anymore.
That's why we're here, to answer your questions.
Yeah. So Manchester United questions, get them in.
Any
most of
question
the
you want,
questions are,
really, as long as they're appropriate.
yeah. One of the questions I've been asked, G Wolf, like, no one's going to sit here and say that we're going to find it easy next season in the Champions League. How many
No
players do you
way.
reckon we need to get from our current squad to get enough so that we can have a decent Champions League campaign? We don't want to be like dropping down the table like Newcastle. We want to make sure we got enough to try and run 2 competitions to a good level.
Right, minimum, I think we need 4. Maximum, I'd say 6. But we definitely need minimum should be at least 4, and that's 2 CDMs or CMs, and we definitely need a right back and and another defender. If I said 5 or 6, if you go for the higher, then we need a striker with Benjamin Sesko and a left back.
How many is that?
That's 6. So the higher end 6. We need a striker, a left back, right back, defender, and 2 midfielders. And then for the minimum, we need 2 centre midfielders, a left back, and a
Left
defender.
winger. I don't think we will sign that many players though. Either are such
We definitely need to sign 2 CDMs. Especially if Casemiro's going. Ugarte's been told that he's not going to be in the squad next season. So he's gone. He's going to be going next season.
Yeah. So you think 3 midfielders as like a minimum?
I would say 2 midfield, definitely 2
midfielders. But that's just replacing Casemiro and Ugarte, isn't it? Then
yeah, but then also we got don't forget we've got the younger ones are coming through as well. So, and also we got Kobe Mainu. Kobe Mainu stays, so he'd be like an extra signing for us anyway.
Mainu's not an extra signing. He's playing every single game at the moment.
Yeah, but the we at least we got better bench options as well. So if Kobe Mainu plus a new signing next to Kobe, then we got the other one on the bench who can come on, who don't mind being a bench player.
I think someone in the comments wants to join us.
Okay, I'll post a link in a bit. I just need to message Helgi, see when he's going to come on. So how many midfielders do you think we need? Bilal, how many midfielders do you think we need to sign?
I agree with G-Wolf. I think players, we need at least 6 players. Midfielders, we need at least 3 to improve us.
Do you really think that we're going to get 3 midfielders?
No, I don't think we will. But that's what we need. We need 3 midfielders, but I don't think we will get them.
So I think we need 2 mids, but with Casemiro and Ugarte going,
just can't see it.
4
midfielders.
Wow, 4. I can't see 4 midfielders. Do you see like other targets? Do you see any bargains out there?
2 midfielders. We've been lucky to get 2.
Yeah, Ajabi says, I don't get the strategy of buying all signing 60 million plus, which, if you're buying Premier League players that have been doing well, that's the price you're going to have to pay. Says we need more 80 million pound Lamans type signings. And if you get Lamans type signings, you're going to have to be going outside the Premier League, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
It's were you confident about Lamans when we signed him? I mean,
I was, because I heard good things. I heard good things about Lamans before he signed for us. Also, he was he was number 2 to well, he still is number 2 to Courtois. But to tell you the truth, he's a lot from Courtois. So it look. So, to tell you the truth, that sort of speaks for itself. That how good he is, if he's learned from Courtois. So, to tell you the truth, I really rated him. And then when I heard that we were signing him, and especially for 18 million, it was like, is he going to cut it in the Premier League? But you saw in his first game, what was it? Wasn't it a clean sheet in his first game? There we go.
Yeah, no, I would have said that. Do you remember when we signed Lamans? Like we signed him like not the quickest. It'd be good if he signed him a little bit earlier. But the thing that I thought was funny was that they signed Donnarumma. Man City signed Donnarumma at the same time, and I think we played them the very next game. They started Donnarumma straight away. We had to wait another few games before we saw Lamans play, and it was a bit frustrating that I don't know, for whatever reason it was, Ruben Amorim didn't seem to be confident with new signings, and it was a bit. We had to wait a bit, and if we'd have got him at the start of the season, I think we'd be looking at improvements. Like in every, I'm not saying it would have been different for Ruben Amorim, but I think there's a gulf in quality, isn't there? Can you even say that has it taken Lamans like time to get used to the Premier League? I think he's had good impact straight away. And I think the first game was like 2-0 against Sunderland, wasn't it? Was that his first game?
2-0 or 3? Yeah. Was it 2? Yeah, it was 2, I think. Yeah, 2-0, yeah.
First game, clean sheet. And then I'm not saying he's the reason why we've improved. I think there's multiple reasons, but he's a big upgrade from Binder. And I think that's the sort of sign that,
especially
could we do something with midfield options? Like we'd probably have to gamble a little bit if we're looking at that. Like I don't think you're going to get much for 18 million in the market. It might be difficult.
Neil wants to join us.
Look how much have we signed Aiden Heaven for? Like he's had a few games.
£1 million?
He's done really well, I think.
Just £1 million, I think. That's how much Evan cost
from Arsenal.
That's a bargain.
Exactly.
So I'll post a link in for you, Neil. I just saw a comment from let me find it, from Luca. We won't be talking about sacking
him now.
I'm guessing you're pretty angry.
It'd be great
but
to get Luca on.
Give him a 10-year contract.
Do you want to get AFTV involved? I don't know if you want to get AFTV
Does you want to get involved?
I don't know. The link's there. I don't know if we want to get. We might get Luca involved.
5 minutes with
Luca. All you got to hear from Luca is sack him now. Yeah. He needs to go.
No, we'll speak to Luca about that another day. But if you want to come on, Luca, and try not to rant, I don't think people want to hear Arsenal fans getting angry.
It'd be funny.
You know what? I watched thingy for. Has anyone seen The Kid with what's his name? What's his name?
We've got Neil on. Movies. Neil, how are you doing tonight?
Yeah, I want to ask you, yesterday's game, Brentford and Fulham, right? A bloke put his Fulham's hair just like Martinez, never got. I don't know if he got booked. He didn't get sent off. So what's the difference? Disgusting.
He didn't have a Man United badge on his shirt, I think, is the obvious.
Yeah, that's probably why.
The obvious problem, I think.
I watched it this morning. I watched it this morning. Yeah, he should have got. He should have gone as well.
Much worse. It was much worse than Martinez.
Yeah, but yesterday's game, the Brentford and Bournemouth,
I've not seen it.
Yeah, Brentford player pulled the Fulham bloke's hair at the back because his hair was tied. Yeah, his hair was tied in a ponytail, and the referee didn't. I don't know if he got booked, or I don't even know if he got a free kick. He never sent him off. And what's the difference? One rule for them, and one if it's all right. He's only United players. Book him or send him off. Disgusting.
I do believe that we were contesting that red card.
Yeah, no, we did. They gave him an extra bad, didn't they?
Oh, did they? I didn't know.
Yeah,
didn't know that.
Yeah, they gave him a 3-match ban instead of 2.
Wow.
register.
They gave
G-Wolf,
Maguire an
gonna
extra
give him an
game
extra
for
badge
swearing, and I was
complaining
thinking
about
that
it.
if they start doing that, everyone's
But
going to get.
the referees, I watch them. You watch them. I watch a lot of the lower leagues, like the Championship and Division 1, because I got on no TV and it's on Sky. So I watch the games, and my local teams are playing in it. Referees in that league are no better. Terrible they are. Hello, are you still there?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
Might
agreeing.
need a
Still here.
refresh then. English
Rich?
football refereeing. They might need a
Hello?
restart.
Can't you
Oh,
hear
We can
us?
hear you.
nothing else to say. Hello?
We can hear you, Neil.
I can hear you.
We
Put it
can
in the
hear
we
you.
can hear you,
comments.
Neil.
We can hear you.
What's the
Put it in
matter?
the
Nothing
comments,
to say?
guys.
Can't you hear
Oh,
us?
you're going to say that. We don't go.
Tell him you can hear him, guys.
We can hear you.
In the
Hello?
comments. Chat.
hear
Put
you.
it down.
United Side Die, I'll read out some comments. United Side Die says, at this point, VAR needs to be looked at whether it's actually a benefit to the sport, considering they're making so many mistakes. Then that's a good point. That's a good point.
Replug your
Can you hear us?
earplugs. Replug your earplugs. His earplugs might have gone off.
Is he just showing us
What's that?
what? He's upside down now.
Go in there.
This is like
This
a
is
NASA
great
video, isn't
viewing.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bless you.
United Side Die said, you would think VAR would be easier, but it's actually made the game harder for refs because of the over-regulation. I think so.
What's going on?
It might be worth leaving and coming back,
He's on
possibly.
the space station.
Big up Tyrone. Big up Tyrone. Tyrone, get involved next time. I think Neil's having some tech issues regarding this. Like Neil's having like some VAR problems. I think. I'll just move into studio and then maybe can
You can hear his TV. Yeah.
see. Welcome back, Neil. Looks like you're in colour now.
Neil, can you hear us?
Do you want to make your point, Neil, and then I'll
Can you hear us?
Hi, Tyrone. Hi,
I
JR.
think his headphones are busted.
Neil's got some issues with his mic.
He's
there's
really
some
has.
issues. I'll put the link in the chat. Maybe we might be able to get Neil back on later, but it's definitely it's working as effective as VAR, isn't it, at the moment?
Pundit, we're
I know.
doing the calling show, so come on.
Yeah, the call.
You can come on now.
Not every
Pundit,
call.
if you want.
Not every call will. Yeah, so Neil's got like this Arteta Wi-Fi going on that we can joke about again now because the wheels are falling off. But yeah, get in, JR. Jill says
You
the
were
state of
funny because
officiating this
of,
weekend has been a joke.
It was so funny.
Been a joke. Where's the better? So I've just tuned in. Neil is hysterical. It was going up pretty smoothly with Zabella. Like you tuned in at the wrong moment or the right moment,
He was
possibly.
upside down at one point.
I know at one point it looked like
Stranger
she's on
Things.
like space station and is like zero gravity. Yeah, Neil's having
It's like
issues
Wales
like
from
the same
Stranger
as this. Then yeah, Howard Webb is like crazy. Isn't it? I know Jeff, who sometimes in the comments, he was around very late last night, and as a referee, it'd be interesting to see. I'll speak to him at some point, see if he
Pundit,
can
tell your
come on
family
just
to
to
get
see
out.
if he thinks decisions are like worse. Okay, Neil, how are you doing now?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I was on my phone and I couldn't hear you.
Hi, Neil.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yay!
Yeah.
Hi, Neil. We can
yeah.
hear you now.
Ah, that's all right. I don't know. I lost the sound on my phone, so I'm on my
We
iPad
can hear you
instead
then.
now. Sorry?
Yeah.
We can already hear you.
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear nothing. Nothing
Okay.
coming out. But yeah, but I
People
like
are
it.
imagining that's how VAR works, where it's like a
Yeah.
technological meltdown, and then they just go, I don't know, give her a red. It's Man United.
Rich, it's not It's not VAR. It's the people running it. Useless, aren't they? I ain't got nothing against VAR. As the referees who are in this looking at it, they just get it wrong. So you can't blame VAR for it. It's them useless gits, isn't it? We don't play till next Monday, do we? Week on Monday, our next game.
We always play on Monday.
Yeah, it's for the next.
Monday, 8
I
p.m.
read it,
kickoff. That's where
and
we
I
play
read,
every week.
and I read it for the next three. After today, next two games are all on the Monday night. I don't know if that's right or not.
How many games have you played on a Monday night this season? Must be
Yeah,
at
I
least
know.
20, it feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
feels
the
like
VAR at Stanley Park, they're hopeless. But the referees I watched like local, like the Championship and the First Division and the second team, because my local teams, both from one's fighting relegation, and the other one's fighting to get into the playoffs. But the referees in that league aren't very good neither. So, and you say, oh, it's have foreign referees, but I watch some foreign games and the referees are no good. Ain't no better.
Just to let you know, Neil, yeah, right. On the 3rd of May, we're playing on a Sunday, not on a Monday.
Who's that?
Yay!
G-Wings, who's that
Finally!
game?
It's our rivals, mate. It's the
Liverpool.
it's the dirty bin bags.
Oh, Liverpool.
There we go.
Yeah,
You got them.
Scousers.
Yeah, because we got Brighton's the last game, innit? That's away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we always play Brighton on the final day of the season.
I wouldn't mind going to that game, but I never get a ticket, so I won't bother.
And then we're
trying.
playing on the 9th, we're playing Sunderland on Saturday, 3:00.
Yeah, we
3
have
p.m.
still some.
For the
We
first
still
time in
have some
ages.
difficult. We still have some difficult games to play, don't we?
Yeah,
As I say, the main one is going to be Liverpool, though.
yeah.
They won today, but I wasn't impressed. I thought
I didn't watch Liverpool today.
Everton deserved a draw at least.
Shame that Dia was offside for that for the first goal.
Yeah, it's a good go. Took it well, didn't he? Never mind. Rich,
Yeah, I was thinking that Jules had this comment saying if you listen to the chaos on the communication, like say they lack the say they're ill-equipped, lack the professionalism, judgment, and I think that even when there's chaos on this channel, it feels like we're slightly more organised than VAR. That we kind of at least get to a decision quicker with something.
Yeah, that's another thing. Take too long, don't they? Going over decision 2-3 minutes.
They take ages.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can see something, you can tell straight away if it's a foul or not, or a handball or whatever. And then today it takes them like 10 minutes to look at it.
We looked at the replay of Martinez, like whatever decision you think, they look at the replay about 20 times and think you're a professional referee, and you look at it and they look at it 20 times. I'm sure they're looking at it, and I think sometimes they're looking at it thinking, I don't know, what should I do? And I don't know, it's crazy. I think sometimes they're looking at it thinking, in the context of the game, should I send him off? I don't know, what do people think? Like, and it's just become like rubbish, isn't it? There's going to be some physicality in the Premier League. Just let a few things go and stop over officiating. I hate it when they start checking things and interrupting the match, and like saying the nervousness isn't right, and saying it's shite that you can't. So, like JR in the comments, he's going to come on in a second, I think, and he said he was at the game. There was a red card for Sandro Martinez, and I think the mic cut out when the ref was trying to talk to the crowd, and no one in the crowd, like no one on the ground, knew what was going on. They saw the red card and like, what's it for? It's crazy. So you watch a game of football, you see crazy decisions, and you have to wait until you get home to actually work out why things happened. It's pathetic.
Especially at Old Trafford when there's no cameras around. Or TVs around, sorry.
My friend goes to all the games. He goes to home games, away games.
all over Europe if United are in it. Never, he never misses a game. He said to me, Neil, he could come with me, but I've not been very well at the moment, so I can't go. So. Maybe
How long has he been going?
Sorry?
How long has your friend been going to Old Trafford for?
Oh, I don't know. He knows some of the ex-players as well. Quite a while. Last 10 years, I
Okay.
expect maybe longer. Yeah, he knows Brian Robson and some of the
Nice.
older players. When United were out in the Europa League, when he went to Russia or wherever it was, he was there.
Champions League, yeah.
Yeah. And the Europa
Yeah.
League. Before that, he
Okay.
was there. He always sends me pictures of wherever he's going.
Nice.
He asked me to come, but I can't go at the moment because I'm not well enough. So
Hope you
I'll
get
go out.
well
I'm
soon.
waiting to have the operation. Where do you? I know Rich and G Wolves. What's your name, mate?
Bilal, I'm in the comments as I have titanium.
Oh, that's you, is it? Where are you from then?
I'm from Manchester.
Oh yeah. Come on, Rich, say something.
No, I'm looking at the chat. I've got JR backstage. I'm just going to say, like, Neil, have you got any other points you want to make? And then we'll get JR in. And if you're okay, we can move you back out. But if you want to like have your say on anything you want to talk about first, Neil, go for it.
Yeah, we do need some more transfers, but who would I buy if you ask me? I ain't got a clue because I don't watch only watch the English football. So you ask me about Italian, Germans, or any other.
I say that. Nick,
I don't know nothing about it because I
be,
don't really watch yet.
Hey, Neil, like who do you want? Because I think Man United are going to go Premier League as the target. So you say who you want, and if it's Premier League, I think you're probably.
I like Hackney from Middlesbrough. I reckon he's a brilliant player, but at the moment he's missed the last 1, 2, 3, 5 or 6 games because he's injured at the moment. I like him. We do need. I would buy another fullback, maybe another centre half, 3 midfield players, a striker. Not greedy. And then if the 2 goalkeepers leave, we'll need another backup goalkeeper as well, won't we? But if you to ask me who I want, I ain't got a clue. They got to be better than what we got now, haven't they? Because if Casemiro leaves, and Agati leaves, so that's 2 midfield players gone. So we need to replace them. Then we would really, if Maguire's going to stay, but he's not going to play all the time. Then we can end up. We need another centre back. We need another forward, maybe a winger as well. We need about 6 or 7 new players for next year, and about 5 or 6 will leave anyway, won't they? If you ask me name, I couldn't. Not from the Premier League, because the top players from other clubs probably won't come to United, will they?
I reckon they would. Like we got
like who?
In Premier League players. I think the Man United Premier League transfers we could make. Anderson's difficult.
G-Wolf likes Anderson. I don't want someone whose team are near the bottom. It's not good enough.
Yeah, Anderson's not good
We've
enough.
got Roy Keane. But we've got Roy Keane from a relegated Forest.
If he was that good, why did Newcastle get rid of him? That's my argument. If Anderson's that good, why did Newcastle sell it?
Newcastle had to sell him because they're kind of constrained by financial rules. Like Newcastle had to sell him to try and buy some players.
They had to sell him.
I've watched him 2 or 3 times for Forest. He don't impress me. Sorry, just don't. Need better.
Okay, before we move on, Neil, I need to get JR in.
Yeah,
chat to Neil. I was going to do one and one out, but I think it's worth having a bit of overlap because JR, you've watched Anderson a couple of times live. What do you reckon regarding Neil's opinion is completely valid. He doesn't rate a player, but do you think that that can you convince Neil that he would be a good signing? I mean, hopefully we don't play against him when he's a City player next season if that happens. But what do you reckon?
He just brings a whole new level of defensive screening, which we don't have. That's what I'll suggest. It's not okay. I think there can be work to do on the ball, but he just feels you can just see where he fits in. It'd be effortless, and I think I think that's the big key. I mean, when we were looking at Umbuemo in the summer, with that he'll come in, he'll do that job, and he's done exactly what we thought. That's what I see Anderson doing.
Not convinced.
Oh yeah. And if he doesn't go to us, he's going to go to a top team. And if we do, and it's looking more and more likely now that we are getting Champions League. And I genuinely didn't think we'd get it for another 2 or 3 years. But we've got to take advantage of it while we can. And you've got to get players that he's the right age, he's right everything. You've got to make that. They've got to make that transfer for me because he's English as well. It's
but not for 100 million over. I pay more. Most I would pay between.
Do you think he's going to? Yeah,
50 and 60 million, not 100. That's too much.
I'm not a fanager, so it's going to cost what it's going to cost. If that player fits your system,
if you pay over 120, 130 million, we need 3 midfield players. That's our budget.
I'm not saying we're not. But what I'm saying is, if it's our system, that we're not. I don't think if you look at everybody that's gone from Forest, they haven't took 100 million. I don't think this will. I just think they're just chucking out numbers to scare us off. That's all. But when the agent gets involved for Anderson, not a chance. He's going to want to come to United.
I think they're going to say if they don't get kicked out of the league, I think they're going to say.
Well, we'll find out.
Hand on heart, if you had to pick United or City, where would you go?
United.
Yeah, why not like that? I want him to come to us, yes, but he'll go to City. That's obvious. We're miles behind.
But he'll only go to City for the money. He ain't going to go there to play football.
Well, that's what
exactly. G-Wolf's right for once, yeah.
Those players go to the club for this. They do. They go for this, mate. They don't go because they love the bloody club.
Right. City are right now. They're the top of the tree, and yeah. But what they'll never be able to do is tell Elliot or whoever you're going to play 50 games if you're fit. And you're going to play in front of 75,000 who are going to love you. And it's all right. People saying, the game's been corrected by the money. But when that United fan, when Old Trafford's on it, City can't compare that to Old Trafford on a European night.
No, of course they can't.
And empty hand.
And I'd like to still think there's a part of the game that's still alive in every single player where you go to Old Trafford on a European night and go, well, this is the business. City can't. I've been to City on a Champions League night when it were half empty because they were trying to get rid of tickets on the day.
It was half empty today, wasn't it? I saw a lot of empty.
It's always half empty.
Yeah, but it's a lot of empty spaces at the Arsenal game when they played Arsenal today.
You can't fill a toilet bowl.
Yeah, make me laugh. They made their ground bigger, yet they can't fill it up. That's pointless.
No, so I know what they're saying. Like, the City, they're going to win this, they're going to win the other. But yeah, I'd love just to have a little bit of hope. There's a romantic love for football.
That's definitely coming. Anderson plays in front of more people at the City ground than at Etihad.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Brilliant comment that. Comment of the night.
Let's look at the comments. If anybody wants to join, I can't really join. I can't add any more people at the moment, so we'll do one in, one out at some point. Which comment you're looking at? Say Anderson plays. Is it this comment?
Yeah.
More people at the City.
It does. He plays for a club that's got more heritage already, and I think
They
that
do.
they've got a club and won more European trophies, haven't they? Or won the European Cup twice. So
Back to back. They did it without cheating,
Yep.
with arguably the best English manager of all time.
They are. The next few years, how many of the younger players do you reckon will come through into the squad? That is. Who have got a chance to make it at the club.
So we've got a question for, like, say, JR, you might be the best person to answer this because when you're watching live football, you get to see a bit more of what's going on shape-wise on the team. So Tyrone says Elliot Anderson would be great for Manchester United. He says, I can't envisage him in the same space as soon to be the best assister in a single Premier League season, Bruno Fernandes. What do you reckon?
No, well, one plays further up and one will play in front of.
Yeah, they're different.
Yeah, I mean, if they're both playing centre mid, fair enough. But yeah, since Carrick's come in, and I'm guessing whoever, if it's Carrick who continues, or if we get a new manager, unless it's another football dyslexic like Ruben Amorim, I can't see anybody else for the rest of his career playing Bruno in number 6.
What they should do, they'd get a tactics board out and go, right, this is our squad, put them into an 11 and then go, no, right, out you go. They should have done that at Ruben Amorim and go, you want to put Bruno Fernandes there? No, off you go. We'll get a sensible manager in.
Awful manager. Oh my God.
That should be
the
the
worst
test.
United manager in history.
He left his officers at 9 p.m.
Someone's got background noise.
Cocktail bar.
Yeah, I think I'll.
This is him.
So
It's not me.
we'll get Mr.
Be up,
I
lads,
think
by the way.
it's Neil.
Be up, everyone.
I think you might be watching TV. Neil, are you okay if I move you on so I can get another
Yeah,
caller
it's
in?
fine. That's fine.
It'll be up to
But
you.
that's
Next
what
time, maybe
was
join on
one
that one
question.
because
Did your
it was
missus
quite funny
doing
on the
anything
Big
behind?
phone.
up, Neil.
I need to swear.
I'll talk to you again soon. Goodbye, guys.
Yeah,
I'm
big up
still
to you,
going to
Neil.
watch.
Yeah,
Take
cheers,
care,
mate. Take care, man.
Bye.
See you later, Neil.
Bye. Bye.
Cheers, Neil.
We should ask
Be
Mr.
up,
B.
lads.
We're playing you guys our next game.
Next Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You
What are
need
you
to get
thinking?
Mr.
Like
B on
you're
for a
like the draw
review.
specialist at the moment. I was looking at your league record, 5 draws
Yeah,
in a
Draw
row. And I was
FC.
thinking, well,
Yeah.
I don't mind getting another point. Just get
Big up,
closer
Mr.
to.
B.
Yeah, it's going to be
Yeah, be up, lads.
squeaky
You're
bum
well.
time whenever we play Brentford, isn't it?
Yeah, we beat you last time out, didn't we? Yeah,
Yeah.
remember that?
We've had a bit of a
Very good
different
win.
type of season though this year, Nick. Mr. B.
Yeah, true. Well,
terrible
when you had
manager last time.
Amorim, didn't you? That's when we beat you.
Terrible
When you had
manager last
Amorim.
time, yeah.
Do we have Binder in goal when we played Brentford the first time?
Was it
I think
Lamins?
he was. Yeah, I think it was by
Was
India, wasn't it?
Lamins?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, it was
that's
in
at
August.
least-
I think
that's at
it's
least
Oh
two
God,
goals.
yeah, he got.
Yeah.
Oh God, that goal he let when he got his angles wrong.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it was a
Well, that was a
in
good goal,
August.
mate. It was a good goal. You know, we scored that. It wasn't the Goldie's fault. No, come on, we scored that. It's a good one. You know, brilliant.
But when you hoofed it over and he went forward, then went back, then went forward, then went back, and then your striker got it and put it in top bin. That one. Yeah.
It might have been
Sessions
Thiago,
scored
mate.
his
Wasn't it
first goal.
Thiago? Yeah.
He
What a
should have
goal,
come
yeah.
out. He should have
Thiago.
come out and taken everything. He didn't. He got a bit. He got his. He got what's it? Brown stains, didn't he? And then didn't know what to do.
Sesko got his first
Yeah.
goal against Brentford.
Yeah, don't talk to me about Bayern, dear. Every goal he's ever conceded is his fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least you got a good keeper now, haven't you? That's a good thing, you know.
He's not.
Got Lam in.
He's solid, isn't he? I'll give him that. Just being solid has put us in the top 4, and we're not worried about the goalie every week going. And we conceded this goal because he did this.
Well. When you had Bernardo in goal as well, didn't you? Well,
Don't remind us of him.
I've got to admit though, last time I went to Brentford, you had world class banter with the what do you call it? The Star Wars thing on your screens.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
because I've never been to Brentford's ground, so I went that season. And
nice ground, isn't it?
you stuffed us again, yeah. But
yeah, it ain't a bad ground, the G-Tech, you know.
No,
I
it's
still
good,
love
though.
Griffin Park though. Still Griffin Park for me, you know. Really, I'll always love Griffin Park. So, but yeah, looking forward to it. I think we could beat you, you know. We need a win. We don't want another draw. So
if Leeds can beat us, you can beat us.
Yeah, it's about time Thiago got a few more, overtook Haaland now. And
That's it.
Wow.
He should do. He should. I mean, what was it? Oh, Haaland scored today, didn't he? But
Yeah.
was he got 22 now, and or was it 23?
I know he's had a good year. Every time I watch him, he looks like somebody who can't play football and then always scores.
Yeah, I know. He weren't particularly great today, but he did score a goal.
Like that too.
But I mean, he beat
Something like-
Arsenal, so that's even better, isn't it? So,
Oh God,
What
yeah.
you, Mr. B,
That's the only thing we've got in common this season. Are we the only two teams that have beaten Arsenal at Arsenal?
we haven't beaten them.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm getting mixed up with Bournemouth, aren't I?
Yeah,
Bournemouth
we
and
drew 1-1.
Yeah.
We should have beaten them actually.
Mm.
The G-set, but drew
Did
1-1.
Wolves
So
beat them?
yeah, Wolves beat them, didn't they? Did they or drew them? I think.
Yeah.
No,
They
drew.
Was that at
Yeah.
their ground? I think it was at their
Yeah, they've
ground.
only lost.
Yeah.
They've only lost 2 at home. Yeah.
Yeah, Arsenal are so dull, man. How are they going to win the league, mate? I can't.
They're not going to
I
win the league.
can't
They
understand
bottled
it.
it. They bottled it today.
Well, they have, haven't they? I think City will overtake them now, won't they?
Yeah.
They bottled it
They
just
will.
like Anthony Taylor today.
Look, looking at the league table, Mr. B, you're not very happy with your manager.
No,
I know
it's,
you said that a few times. But
Yeah.
at the
that was the
moment,
surest
your
bet I've
level-
ever had
Yeah.
today.
Your level of
City
points
beating
with
them.
Chelsea. Your
Because
level
he
of points with Chelsea.
doesn't know how to win a game, does
Yeah.
he? They're always
No, nice.
they're always scared of losing. They don't ever seem to go win it. They seem to, in big games, try not to lose it first and then see what they can do. And by then they're always 2-1 down.
When the thing is,
World-class
Chelsea are in
bottle
quicksand, yeah, but nobody can
That sounds
actually
like
win
David
behind
Moyes.
them to overtake them. Is the problem? We can't win. Everton can't win. I know Bournemouth won, but not many of the others have won, did they? Brighton didn't win, did they? Brighton, I don't think so.
No, they got an equaliser against Spurs right at the end, didn't they? So that was
Yeah,
that kind of ruined Spurs.
Can we just have a minute on this channel just to mourn the career of Garnacho?
yeah.
Do you remember we had
Was
this
he
conversation?
actually
Is he still going to
any
be better
good?
than Mbappe, you Wolf?
Huh?
Was
Is
he
he still
actually
going to be
ever
better
any
than
good?
Mbappe?
Garnacho.
Do you remember G
I
Wolf?
take it you didn't like him at your team.
Word for word, G Wolf. You said don't sign Mbappe. He'll stifle
I
Garnacho's
can't hear
development.
Rich.
Was that a
What do you
joke?
reckon?
I think it was a joke, that. I think he was joking. Yeah, I think he was joking.
G Wolf was like G Wolf, like seriously now. What's the ceiling for Garnacho?
Shit.
A low one.
Is it already been?
Jeff
What was
in the
I
comments.
smoking when I was saying that? Fucking hell.
Come on, G Wolf. Like, what do you say? You know what they say about opinions. You get more information, you can make a more informed decision. Like, what's
You don't
your
get much
rating
wrong,
of
do you,
Garnacho
G
now?
Wolf, mate? No.
Oh, fucking hell. I do
He's taking
make
back.
my own back.
Good.
Jeff, you could come in if you want. You
I
can come on
was-
if you want, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't think I will ever live that down, will I, Jules? Fuck. That went pear. It went pear-shaped
won't.
pretty quickly after I said that comment.
Yeah, JR can't hear you, Rich, apparently. He can't hear you.
I'm
JR.
not talking at the moment. Maybe that's why.
No, you no, he couldn't hear you before. Good.
You never live that one down, G Wolf.
No,
Unfortunately.
I will never live that one down.
One thing, G Wolf, that is interesting.
wants the league.
G Wolf, do you know Helgi? He's made a crazy bet.
He was on yesterday, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, go on.
He
Yeah,
was.
his crazy bet. It's a bet with himself. He was saying that he made this look. This was a very, very late night stream, and Helgi
It went on
said,
forever, did it, Rich?
Yeah. This is one where Helgi said, "Look," he said that he loves his hair, okay, and he said, and he was really convinced that Michael Carrick's going to stay as head coach. So he said, if Michael Carrick isn't head coach next season, he's going to shave all his hair off.
Okay.
Oh,
So he wants to.
He might be on later. We can talk, but I was saying like, you don't have to make a. We got Jeff coming into the studio.
Jeff the ref.
Jeff the
hey,
ref.
big up.
We need to
People
talk
have
about
no
the
idea who these
Gabriel
people
thing.
are on screen.
We need to talk about the Gabriel thing with Jeff.
Can y'all hear me?
Well, he's a ref, is he?
Can you hear me, Rich?
Oh.
Rich, can you hear me?
He's a
I
ref.
can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Jeff.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you? Yeah.
I can hear
Okay,
it
good
now.
deal. Yeah. Look, the refs are being so selective on what they call. It's disgusting. And VAR today, we might as well have not been there.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was in control.
yeah. There was 2 straight handballs that didn't in the penalty area that didn't get called. There were a couple of tackles that should have been yellow anywhere. At any other game, they're yellow. Because they would have been yellows, they didn't call them.
You break it up, Jeff.
Yeah, he's distorted. Yeah.
Now you're turning into a robot.
Darn it. Yeah. Exterminate. How's he gone? Can't hear him now.
Is it better?
Then that ain't better, mate.
No.
No, you're malfunctioning.
It's the same issues as Neil. Like
Exactly the same one, yeah.
He's proper
probably a
malfunctioning.
connection issue.
Yeah, it's breaking up.
Well, I can't hear him at all now.
No, I can. Yeah, I think Bill said Gabriel had a definite red card, but yeah, we had Luca crying in the comments earlier, but we don't want to talk about Arsenal too much. Mr.
He should have been sent off. He should have been off.
Do you think that, like, you in a situation, how are you feeling about Man United that we did say we got a different team now. We don't have the same coach. We got different goalkeeper. We're playing a better style of football. Brentford, I suppose, like, yeah, you're level on points with Chelsea, so you could get European football next season. Which what's your highest league position? So this has got to be up there, isn't it, in terms of season wise?
Yeah, highest is 9th, Rich. It's 9th. Yeah, I think we might actually finish 8th or something. That's what I actually think we will finish 8th. I don't want us to get Champions League anyway, because we won't be good enough for that. We'll be out of that in 2 seconds. Champions League. I think the conference would be the best one for us, to be honest. Would be easier. So for me, I reckon it's 8th. I don't think we are looking to get probably like Champions League or anything anyway. That's why we're not winning. That's why we're falling backwards.
Thing is, though, Chelsea keep losing every game. You're gradually you're catching up by 1 point a week for Chelsea.
Yeah, well, they're in quicksand, aren't they? I mean, you lot beat them, so they're not doing too well, are they?
We're on points now with Chelsea.
Yeah,
exactly. That's my point. Brentford could overtake Chelsea. Chelsea look like they've sacked their manager and replaced him with a worse manager.
Isn't it the top 7 at the moment in Champions
I don't
League?
understand why Chelsea hired
it's the top
Rostinia in the
5,
first
mate.
place. Why did
5.
Chelsea hire Rostinia in the first place?
I saw somewhere. I saw an article that there could be 11 teams playing in Europe next season.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's half of the Premier League.
It's only down to, is it 8th or 9th, isn't it? Is it 8th?
Probably have, like, if you have Nottingham Forest, Crystal Palace, or Villa, people in different competitions, if they can win the respective competitions, then
Forest and Villa play each other.
It goes 5 Champions League. I think it's 2 Europa and 1. And 1 Europa League conference through the league, and then the rest of the cup competitions.
something stupid like that, isn't it? And
Yeah.
apparently, if one of the isn't it Arsenal or it would be Arsenal now. If Arsenal win the Champions League, then it
If
drops
Arsenal win the
down.
Champions League.
Oh, let's hope that
Arsenal
never
aren't going
happens.
to win the Champions League, but
No,
God bless you for thinking that.
big F,
I'm
big
just
F,
saying that.
massive
Like,
F.
They're
it
winning
could
nothing.
happen.
They're winning nothing.
There's a couple
Yeah.
of
Think
competitions
that
you
we're
never
going
know,
to
but
win the Champions League.
They've got the easy side of the Champions League drawn, and they're going to get to the final, and then they're going to get their hearts broken. That's
They
what's going to
got
happen.
very lucky
Yeah.
last time round.
I still think Atletico beat them. I think Atletico beating them,
Yeah,
Arsenal.
this could be the final hurdle. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be one dull game, innit?
Yeah. But Simeone's better. He's the best manager, isn't he? Let's be
He's
honest.
a much better manager.
I still won't
He's
want
a
to.
much
I'd
better
rather watch
manager
paint
than
dry than
Arteta.
watch one of his teams.
Yeah. But he's
Much
a
more
top
entertaining
manager.
to watch than Arteta.
Yeah, but he's
He's
incredibly
much more
dull to watch, and
entertaining.
so's Arteta. So that's like the worst enemy to
Yeah.
watch.
I'd rather have Simeone than Arteta any day. See?
Yeah, say much better manager. But he's won
Yeah.
more
Let's
trophies than him.
go back to the questions in the chat. We've got a question from Sebastian.
He's
That's
taking on
also-
bets on how
welcome back,
many who
Sebastian,
rolls
as
the
well.
furthest on the first foul of the game. Is it going to be Gabriel or Griezmann?
Yeah. Yeah. I remember all them years back when Simeone got. Do you remember when he got sent off for that thing on Beckham? You remember that?
When?
Right,
Which
years
one?
ago.
Which Simeone sent it off? He's been sent off about 200
Well, the
times
big
in
one.
his life.
Was it the World? Was it '98? Wasn't it the World Cup?
Beckham got sent off, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah,
He
Beckham
didn't,
got
did he?
sent, but
Beckham,
Simeone,
yeah.
he caused it, didn't he? He
Yeah, he
caused him to
did.
get sent off.
That's the type of player he was. That's the type of manager he is now. He's
Yeah,
never changed.
yeah, he's not. He's still a shit house, basically. You know.
Yeah,
Try and get Jeff
a
back in.
brilliant one at it.
The G Wolf, start with you. Question like from Sebastian: how many signings are we away from actually challenging for the Premier League?
10.
Minimum, I would say 9. Maximum, I'd
Close
say
enough.
12. Because
We need a
I
lot of
think we need
players.
more quality on the bench. Literally, I think we should get rid of Xerxes. I don't think he's really
Shaw,
the type
Mount.
of player that
Get
maybe
rid of
we should
Shaw
have.
and Mount as well.
Pardon?
Get rid of Mount and Shaw. Get rid of all the injury-prone players like Delict, Martinez, Mount, Shaw.
Since Shaw's come back, he's been. I think he's been
Yeah.
pretty
Nah,
solid.
he's not been
Well, he's
anything
laying off the
special.
buffet, isn't he? He's not eating all the buffets now. So he's all right now, sure, isn't he?
He's just getting rid of the calories by playing games.
Yeah.
What's your number then, Bilal? If you're going to give a number, like we've got a number from Sebastian saying he says 4 or 5 quality signings. He's gone 2 midfield, 1 right back, 1 left back, 1
5,
centre
6
forward.
quality players. 5, 6 quality players and 10 players altogether. But 4 squad players. And you need to get rid of the players I mentioned.
Okay, and what do you reckon, Mr. B? You're probably independent on this. How many players do you reckon Man United are away from challenging?
Oh, loads. No, I mean, no. I think you don't need a few actually, Rich. I mean, you got some decent ones in. Of course, Abramo, what a player. A little bit biased, but yeah. But he's quality, and you know the guy who scored the other day, what's his name? Cunha. He's quality as well.
Yeah, he's good.
I think you have got a few. You know, you're just not far off getting some really good players. You know, and being a really good title challenging team, basically. You know, like you used to be all those years ago. You know, so. But yeah, I think you just need a few, probably about 5 or 6, maybe.
Five or six is achievable in one transfer window. I think I suppose the difficulty is going to be that you've got to play the Champions League as well. It's quite difficult to play that many. Try and do that well. So, can you hear me, JR?
Yeah, I can now.
we have
Thank you.
audio
Yeah, sorry.
connection?
Yeah, I
No
didn't mean to
worries.
talk over you
Yeah,
before. I just
but
realised that I couldn't hear you, and then I saw your mouth moving. I thought, oh, better be quiet now.
No, can you hear us as well, Jeff? You got like good
Okay,
connection now?
let's try this again. I reset, so can you hear me?
Yeah, how close are we to
Yay.
challenging for a Premier League title, Jeff? What do you reckon?
Okay. So, in all honesty, we have to have 3 midfielders that can challenge for first team. And that's Manu plus 3 new ones that can all challenge for the positions. Then we need a center back for sure to compete with Heaven and Yarrow, and Maguire is going to be steady, but with all the extra games we're playing, we've got some other young kids coming through, but we need at least one more Premier League proven center back. And then we need another Premier League proven left wing and 2 fullbacks.
I thought
And the
Heaven was
fullback.
good the other day. Heaven, he was good.
What's that? Oh, Heaven's great. Look,
Yeah.
I don't know why they were starting Yarrow ahead of Heaven. Heaven was doing fantastic. I know he had a little niggle for a while that kept him out, but then his aggression is phenomenal, and his speed and his ability to play out. He just needs time to grow, and he's going to be a starter for a lot of years. Maguire's going to need backup, and we're going to need extra bodies for Champions League. We do not have a solid left fullback and right fullback to challenge Mazraoui, Dallo, and Shaw. We just don't.
Yeah.
There are some kids coming through from the U21s and the U18s that could possibly give some of those guys some challenge, but they're just not there yet. Now, as far as left wing goes, I personally think that Shea Lacey is ready to go. I've been watching him in U21s. I watched him in U18s, and then I saw what he did when he came on for us. I mean, he is Garnacho before he got hurt, with the better attitude, who loves the club. He can run at players. He can swing it in. He can do an inverted winger, and he can do a strong-sided winger, meaning that they can put him on the left to play left-footed, or they can put him on the right to do the cut-in that they seem to like so much. As far as the rest of the front positions go, 10, the rest of the forwards and the strikers, I think we have enough quality in-house already, and with the kids, with Obi and some other kids that are down there that can fill those positions. I don't think we got to go out and spend money on that. That's my personal opinion. I think we have too many needs in midfield and in the back line to be chasing attackers.
Can I just
that's a good
interject?
point. I think with this one, you're never going to get every single player you want. And I was thinking with Lacey, the thing that stuck in my mind with Lacey was I sometimes look at Managerial and think, yeah, when he shoots from distance, it's probably not worth it. And I think Lacey's got hell of a shot. I just wanted to see more. And then, it's unfortunately we just didn't see more.
Ahmad needs breaks, and people don't understand that. The way that they're setting up right now, I'm Rich. I'm a huge proponent of using Sesko off the bench. I don't think he's good for starting right now. I think he may be at some point, but
Next
right now, what's that?
Next season he might be better. Sesko.
Yeah, but right now he's got that Ole factor, and some of the other guys that we used to bring off the Chicharito and other guys like that. He seems to thrive when the defense is already tired, and then he can start slipping in and out of positions and getting on the end of crosses and other things like that. The other thing I forgot to bring up about the attacking, Dorgu before he got hurt was playing incredible. He was playing out of his skin.
Yeah.
If he can come back from that injury and play like he was playing before, that'd be great. My only concern is what I call the Manu factor now. Go away on a long injury and then come back and have lost half a step And yes, Manu's been playing great in one position, but he used to be being he was going to be our box to box 8 forever. That was the goal, I believe, for him. And now he's a half step slow. If he can get that back, he'll be fine.
I've just
Do
got
you
one
want to reply,
reservation
JR?
about.
There's a lot of points there. I'd say go for it.
Yeah,
I've got,
JR
yeah, I've
has
got,
something to say. Yeah.
yeah, I've got one reservation about Shea Lacey. He looks an outstanding talent, but to make it in the first team, he has to vastly improve his 1 and 2 touch and when to go, because he just hangs on to the ball way too long. He's a great
He
player.
muted. I can't hear him.
Yeah, so can everyone else hear me?
Yeah.
We're just listening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he just hangs on to the ball a bit too long, and you've seen other players, over the years correct that coming through. But I don't. That's what stops me thinking he's ready for the first team immediately, because there's monsters in the Premier League, and they're going to get him if he does that, and he's going to keep losing the ball.
Mm.
He's got a wicked left foot on him, though.
Oh, he has, yeah.
Fair point.
Yeah. Probably Manu 21, eh? Cool.
But everything else that Jeff said,
21, yeah.
I pretty much agree with. We need 3 midfielders, and
Mm.
for me, I'd get rid of Delete and Martinez.
And hey, the other thing is we're gonna need a backup. We're gonna need a backup keeper. We've got to get the 2 guys that are there out of there and get somebody to back up Lamont.
Yeah, VTech.
Exactly, VTech. We don't need to spend. We just get rid of the clowns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
VTech's absolutely done wonders at Bristol. He's if you look at his stats, he's one or number 2 best keeper in the Championship, and the person in that position last season went for a lot of money to Man City last season.
City, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think the issue with that is that he might not want to be on the bench, and he might want to?
I agree entirely with you, Rich. If I was him in his position, and you see Lemerton's in front of you, he's going to be an international keeper within 18 months if he gets a good first team move. And that's what he'll be thinking. His agent will be thinking, do I really want to sit on the bench?
Slovakian. Who's their goalkeeper?
Well, his household
I
name,
think
obviously.
VTech's going to be good. He's doing great on loan.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think like
a successful career.
I think a few of us have been saying that Vitek's, to Man United fans, you look at him as being a great second option, but for Vitek, he's looking at Lamans is like 23. He's going to be locking down the position for foreseeable future. So you come to Manchester United, you're not going to play games. Like, Man United aren't going to be rotating the goalkeeper in every other week. You're going to pick one goalkeeper.
Can't we do what Chelsea did with Courtois? Chelsea used to loan out Courtois. They had him for like 4 years, and they would loan him to Atletico every season.
Yeah, but that didn't work out for Chelsea, did it? But that didn't work out for Chelsea because they had Piszczek and they had Courtois.
I want VTech to be our Romero.
Yeah, and they managed to annoy both of them, and then
play all the cups and some in the Champions League.
Yeah, we could just loan him till Lemons leaves or something.
It's difficult, isn't it? Right. But if he doesn't want to be backup, then it might be that Man United. I get the feeling Man United might have a situation where they have to sell him.
They'll get some good money for him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We'll go for a couple of comments.
Hey, Rich, let me go back to what you asked me to earlier. The refereeing's trash. Gabriel should have been off. There was 2 other handballs in that game that should have handling that should have been called. That could have been penalties, and there were 3 fouls out in the pitch that were second yellows. That he no stones at all. He was trying to not affect the game at all, and in trying not to affect the game, he completely affected the game.
That
what did Jeff
was
think
a red
about
card.
the Leeds decision?
100% a red card.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Jeff, what did you think about the Martinez Leeds decision?
All right, I'm going to bounce. Rich, thank you. And guys, excellent as always.
What did you
Everybody
think
keep it up.
I got one.
Question.
I
Yeah,
got
go
a
ahead.
question for you, bro. Right, what did you think about the Casemiro red
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Jeff?
I can hear you, Rich. It's funny. Some people I can hear, some people I
Ask your
can't.
questions
Okay,
in the chat.
maybe like your mic is suspecting G-Wolf might be talking nonsense. So
Ask your
the question
in the
is,
chat and then get to answer it.
the question was like
Write it in the chat.
Leeds red card for Martinez was a question just because people
That's
were
the
talking
one,
about this week.
Martinez, not Casemiro.
Okay. All right, here's the deal. By the letter of the law, it's violent conduct and it's a red card. If you get your fingers tangled in somebody's hair and you have a backwards motion, it is what it is. I mean, that the Premier League has made that non-discretionary, and other leagues around the world, they have discretion. The referees have discretion. Italian, Spanish, German, unless you grab a handful of hair and yank back, they're not calling that. VAR complete. Nobody. And the thing I'm mad about is nobody saw it except for the Leeds assistant referee or assistant coach went to the fourth official, screaming his head off. Fourth official called the VAR, and the VAR reviewed it.
Yeah, we didn't even know.
That's how that red card came about. And the fact that the referee on the field didn't see it and was acting like he didn't think it should be a red card, there's no way VAR should have intervened.
You looked at it like 10 times.
Yeah, he didn't want to call it. He didn't want to call it, but because VAR was being insistent, I almost guarantee it. Look, we're going to get to a point where they're going to start playing the VAR publicly, and when they do, guys are going to straighten up.
I think it's a joke rule, that though, isn't it? Pulling someone's hair, getting sent off for pulling someone's hair.
Well, again, a couple of years ago, there were guys that had dreadlocks that were just getting their heads snapped back, which is why it became a point. Which is why it became a point of emphasis.
Yeah, Peter
So
Crouch
you can
in the
hear
other World
Mr. B
Cup
then.
against Trinidad and Tobago. He
Exactly.
pulled the defender's hair to help him jump.
Oh yeah. Well, the girls do it all the time. I mean, I've given more red cards in women's games for grabbing a handful of hair and snacking somebody off their feet. They're vicious. Yeah.
Just the highlights on YouTube.
It's just me and
Oh
you.
yeah, that college game. That's the most famous one where the girl grabs the ponytail, yanks her off her feet, and then drags her around. So yeah, I mean, wow. Look, Martinez once Martinez realized he had the hair, he let go. He thought he had the shirt, and that's what he said too. He said, "I thought I had the shirt. I thought I had the jersey." But and then the reason is because he got his fingers in the hairband, and he thought that was the collar.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. He was pulling the hairband back. He didn't really have a hold of his hair.
That was an accident, really.
It just looked like the referee went to the monitor, looked at it, and thought, "Oh shit! Am I really going to give a red card for this?" And
Yeah.
he thought that he's bound by the rules.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's just like the sort of thing that you would just like. If the referee can make the call during the match, you can let things go, can't you? You can let some things go. When VAR calls it up,
Here's the problem. Once everybody in the stadium saw it on the big screen, and the VAR called him over, he was stuck. If the VAR would have minded their own business and just spoke to him without calling it an official review, they could have worked it out.
That Berber comment. Get that Berber comment up. That Martinez.
Well, he's a marked man, just like Casemiro. And there is no doubt there are referees out there that hate us, and they are non-discriminatory about it. They just do what
Definitely.
The fact that Michael Oliver didn't find a way to give Chelsea a penalty kick is amazing.
Well, that's Michael Oliver, isn't it? He is a bloke.
I thought that was a penalty. I thought that was a definite penalty. I thought Oliver was going to give the penalty for that.
No, actually, I'll tell you what. I don't know if he got sanctioned after a couple of things that he did with us, but the last couple matches that he's done with us, he's been pretty fair.
Was he the ref when Kyle Walker stamped on Dogu's hamstrings?
He was the ref
Yes.
that gave the penalty for Haaland
That was
against
a red card.
Haaland.
Absolutely,
He's biased
but again,
against us.
he is, but he has gotten better. I mean, the one that he got in big trouble for was the week before the Manchester City player came up and grabbed him by the jersey and didn't get a card, right? The next week, our guy taps him on the shoulder to ask a question and gets sent off.
He's bitter about the 95-96 season. He's a Newcastle
Absolutely.
fan. He's bitter.
Yeah.
That they lost the league that season.
Look, the Madley brothers, recently Rob Jones, for some reason, has an axe to grind with us. There's about 4 or 5 referees that are just, we are not going to get a good game.
Paul Tierney's terrible. He's terrible.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. Tierney's not biased. He's just an awful referee.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah. Well, we had him, didn't we? And he somebody done a bad tackle on Damsgaard. He done nothing about it.
Oh,
terrible tackle.
I know.
He didn't book him at all or anything.
Yeah, he's horrible. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again. Rob Jones when he first came in, I thought he was going to be a great ref. And man, he's turned into a guy that just calls whoever the teams are. He just like picks a team and that's it. I've seen him give. Yeah, I've seen him give 3 or 4 yellow cards for one team and a half when both teams are doing the same exact thing. You know, it's crazy. Some of these guys they're just bad.
Well, I think
one of the best refs was at Kalina, wasn't it? Do you remember him? Kalina.
Oh, yeah.
He was amazing.
Pierluigi Collina. Pierluigi Collina. Yeah, Pierluigi Collina and a couple of guys that were at that same World Cup. And there was a couple American refs that I took pro clinics from that were, he's very scary, but he has the classic line of all time. He goes, first of all, my team wears whatever kit the referees are wearing. And his second line was, I'm not biased, I hate everybody.
That's how you ref the games.
Yeah. That's how I tried to ref.
Balls too.
So I mean, yeah, you have to be you have to be non-biased. Players are always going to be ridiculous. They're going to do ridiculous things. It's how you manage the game.
So even like if a ref supports an actual team, he can't be biased towards that team.
Okay, here's the deal. The referee
support Liverpool.
The referee has to declare his
support a Premier League team.
Yeah.
Don't manage in the Premier League. Simple.
Right. Most of the
unbiased and manage in the same league that your team plays in.
There's a few referees out there who have declared the larger teams. Most of them do not. They declare little teams around like if they're a United fan, they say, "Oh, I'm a Salford fan."
Yeah.
That was Howard Webb. That was Howard Webb's big thing. Everybody knew he loved United, but he said, "No, I'm a Salford fan."
He's a Rotherham fan.
He was against us. And he refed like he was against us all the time.
Webb? No. Webb gave us more. People say that, but if you go back and look at it,
the Chelsea game,
he gave us more calls. Yeah, but that was
offside goal that won the league.
But that's the assistant referee. Nothing he can do about that. That was pre. Yeah, but again, it's pre VAR. You have to work with your team. Yeah. But the assistant referee, assistant referee didn't call it.
But he could see it. He could have made a decision himself.
But again, it's called team congruity. You try to
But if
not
you see
over.
something, you
I
just give them.
again. I
That's what
understand,
Farida would have done.
and it makes sense. He may have, he may not. He didn't usually go against his teammates either. But again, look, there's so many things that have happened over the years, and that's why VAR came in. And again, when VAR came in the 2014 World Cup was an amazing use of VAR, and
Yeah.
but they lost
2018.
it. They lost the
2018,
plate.
not
What?
2014.
I thought it was 14 in Brazil.
It was 2018. Brazil, they introduced
No,
goal line technology
pretty sure they had VAR
and the
too.
spray. No. VAR came in later.
Okay, 18 Russia,
2018
right?
VAR. Yeah.
Okay, whatever one it was, they got big kudos for the way that they operated it. And then when I'm watching German games and Spanish games and Italian games, most of the time their VAR is spot on. And I love Germany because they have to explain now.
How is it in America?
Oh yeah, they do that here too. Which
How
is
does it work? Is it good or?
I'm not a fan. I look, you make a call, you make a call. It's your call. Live with it.
Yeah.
You know, you starting to try to explain stuff, you're going to have all kinds of problems.
It's taking it out of the referee's hands now, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
They make a bad call, and that's bad. And VAR are taking it over and saying, you made a mistake."
Yeah, Rich
So that's
knows.
not right.
I'd get rid of VAR tomorrow.
I think
Yeah.
there's too
I
many
think
decisions in
5 years
football.
ago I said bring
There's
bit
too
of
many
VAR in
decisions
for like
that
obvious wrong
could
decisions,
go
like
either
obvious
way
wrong
in
decisions.
football.
And I'm talking about like Frank Lampard against Germany, really
Right.
stupid decisions.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
if the referee misses something
Yep.
crazy,
Yeah.
not reviewing like did the ball
Goal line
like
technology
graze
would
against like
have
his sleeve or
helped with
something?
that.
Can we disallow this goal? There's this bullshit now. Like you're watching a
Yes.
monitor where the referee
Yeah.
goes, okay,
Yes.
what am I supposed to do here? And you go, well, you
It's
have to
only
apply the letter
yeah.
of the law if we call you up, and they can call up 5 things during a match, and you have to then go by the law. But yeah, that's not how you've been refereeing 90% of the game. It's stupid.
Wow.
I just want to
Again,
say, to get back on track, I just want to go for a few of the comments and say, welcome James to the chat. And he's got a comment, and because we've got Mr. B on screen, who is a Brentford
Yeah.
fan, he says we need to beat Brentford on Monday, and like we keep playing on like Friday night, Saturday night, like Monday night. Oh, yeah, it's really annoying that when
We
I find
pay
out
the
we're playing on
bills, that's
Saturday
why.
night,
It is. I don't like it
yeah,
either. But
get Champions League football, and then we can stop this nonsense. Hopefully, he says we need to beat Brentford on Monday. If we don't, I will, and it's not too drastic. He said he's going to worry, so it's not like
well,
it's not. But it's
yes,
going
you
to
do,
be
James, my friend. But we also need a win too. Don't forget. So it's quite important for us.
does everybody agree though that it has showed out, especially in this Chelsea game, we play to the level of our competition every time.
Hmm.
We
I
look,
just
we
want to
look,
know
we
Every
look
what's
so
the
time.
off it
beat
against Leeds.
Doesn't matter who we're
Mbeumo
playing.
coming back.
Up, down. I mean, Leeds showed it. We were
Yeah.
flying against big teams again. We come out, we beat Arsenal, we beat City, we beat
what do against
beat
Brentford then? What's
Tottenham.
I think Leeds wanted it more, though, didn't they? Because they're trying to stay up, aren't they?
Oh,
So they're
they
fighting
they came
relegation.
You
they
should have
came
played a
out
friendly
firing.
match.
Yeah.
But
You should have played
again,
a
we
match
had the
that
same
week.
thing. We had the same thing we always have. We miss easy opportunities. We should have had 3 goals in that game.
So we're not ready.
Yeah.
So we're just not fit to play.
But looking at
I
this, like
don't.
Mr. B, we talked about Brentford, 5 draws, 5 games. Like
Yeah.
Brentford are a bit of a bogey team going
Yeah,
back a
Draw
couple
they
of
are.
FC.
managers.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
That means they're beating us
maybe
then.
it's like, yeah, I think this season, I think I like previous seasons, the high pressing was killing us. And then you look at this season, and I think Bindier was definitely not helping us. Are people confident about this game? Like G Wolf, like,
No.
I'll start with you. Brentford
No.
and JR, you're not confident, JR. I think they're one of these teams that, for some reason, teams just match up badly against us. And there's some teams where you think that, like Bournemouth, for example, their intensity sometimes wears us down a bit.
Me personally, I think Man United are going to beat Brentford. I think Mbeumo is going to come back to haunt Brentford.
It's not been great form. Do you think he's going to do it against his old team?
Yeah, definitely.
Everyone turns up against us, remember. Every single team in the world turns up against us.
Yes, they do.
I think it'd be harder for us this time than it was last
You can play
time.
a Sunday
Because when you
league
had
team that
Amorim
can
in
score.
charge,
They
you had a
turn up
load
and
of crap.
score. Your players would turn into prime Ronaldinho. And
Yeah,
things
we
like
had
that.
it easier against you lot last time. So I think it's going to be
Yeah,
a lot
'cause
tougher.
you had a crap manager, the crap goalkeeper
Yeah.
last time.
We
Mm.
missed a penalty, didn't we, in that game as well?
Bruno did,
Yeah.
yeah, because he got angry.
Yeah, he did,
He got
yeah.
angry for some reason and he missed it. Just like the Fulham one.
I'm a bit after
So
the
the
Leeds
ref
game.
went his
I'm
way.
really worried about it. To
Yeah,
be honest,
Brentford's
because
definitely a bogey team for us. All right, I do have to
They
bounce
are.
now. My wife's staring
Yeah,
at me.
same
Y'all
here,
take care.
bro.
Cheers,
I'm
Jeff.
gonna have to
Right,
make a
Jeff.
move as well.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Jeff.
Cheers, Jeff.
So take it easy, guys.
Take care, mate.
I was on YouTube. Sorry, I was actually on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later.
Cheers, mate.
I love how he explained it was on YouTube.
Yeah, he spoke a lot of sense, didn't he? About all referees and that. He should do. You know, if he isn't actually a referee, is he?
I
Somewhere.
wish all the refs were like him.
Yeah. Yeah,
Instead of
brilliant.
supporting their mates.
So what
Instead of
was he
supporting
just
their
ref in
mates.
America then? He just referee in America.
He's a referee. Like, Jeff is a
I
professional
don't know if you
referee.
guys watched the commentary
Right.
of the City Arsenal game, but they asked Mike Dean for his opinions. And at first, he tried so hard to defend the Anthony Taylor decision not to send off Gabriel, but then he looked at it a second and third time and he said that should have been a red card.
How can you not send him off? Look, he put his head towards his. You know, he's motioning to headbutt him.
They always
Why?
try to defend
Send
themselves
him off.
to each other. These refs, they always defend their decisions, no matter how poor it is.
Yeah.
They can't.
should
They
be
can't come
held
out and say, "Yeah, we're bad at our job again," can they? I mean, yeah.
No, but they can
I
criticize
think that
their
the whole
decision.
situation's like ridiculous, isn't it? That in my mind, what they need to do is like they need to look at if they're looking at the rules of the game, just change the rules of the game. So when it's the letter of the law, they can look at it and say, "No, it's not
Well,
a
he's
red
an
card offence,"
ex-ref.
and maybe
He should be giving his
like make
actual
these
opinion.
offences like yellow card offences. Like it's not violent. If someone headbutts someone, that's a red. If someone pulls someone's hair, that's
Yeah.
a yellow, or that's just then it's not a problem.
Yeah, Rich, can you put the link out for Del Boy? He can't see the link. He wants to come
It's
on.
there. It's literally there. Below,
Oh,
below
right.
that comment.
Me blood pressure's going a bit mad. Me doctor's here texting me just going, relax Del. But thanks a million for having me on your show, mate.
Yeah, take it easy, Del.
I won't take it easy, but thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone in the chat. Take care, Rich. And I'll talk to you soon, mate. I must do a show with you sometime when I'm not as fucking emotionally
maybe
involved.
a calmer time.
Yeah.
will
And apologies to everyone for coursing, but that's just me. Take care, everyone.
Take it easy, Del.
Wow.
So yeah, I might have to think about yeah, I thought Luke might come on and swear too much. Maybe I should message Luke and say Luke will seem like a moderate fan, won't he? After that, I don't know what to say now.
Great entertainment.
It's like AFT
It's the favourite part of this
TV like
league
coming to your house,
so
isn't it?
far.
And you just sit there and go, right. At what point will the swearing stop? And go, okay. Thing is, though, from a Man United fan perspective, I didn't want to ask Del because he seemed a bit volatile, shall we say, at the moment.
He's got preoccupied. Preoccupied.
If Arsenal win the league,
Yeah.
then interesting times for football content creation. What do they do then? Because they could still. I'm not saying they're going to.
Their fans will be insufferable. If they win the league, their fans will be insufferable. They'll be the
It's
greatest
only
team
the
of
same
all
as
time.
Liverpool last year, isn't it?
They'll be better than Brazil's 1970. They'll be better than our 99 team. They'll be better than the 2008 team. They'll be the best team that
I remember
football's ever seen.
when Liverpool won the league in like COVID's year, I was just thinking I'd hated it watching like Liverpool win the league when I was a child, and I was like just hoping that they would never win the Premier League, and I was really disappointed. And I think it feels a bit like that with Arsenal because it's been so long. I'm kind of a bit numb with Man City because I don't know any Man City fans, and I just wonder like we're Man United fans. We don't like these teams, like either of these teams. Is it preferable if Man City win, JR, for you, or do you not care either way?
I'm surrounded with City fans, so yeah, I
It's
really,
different then.
yeah. So to be honest, I hate either winning. It's just I'm just gutted we can't put up a fight to stop either of them doing it. It's been like that. Obviously, you know,
No,
you guys
that's
know.
the big frustration I've got. It's almost like when you look at the league table and think the three teams that we probably dislike the most. For me, it's going to be always Liverpool. Like Leeds are never in a title race, and then you've got Arsenal, Man City, and then I don't like Chelsea either. And you think there's no way Aston Villa are going to be winning a title, so it's going to be bad either way. The thing we need to do is actually make
Be
sure
good
that
again.
we can actually contest one at some point.
Absolutely, we've been miles off it for ages, and I just hope this is the start of something now.
Yeah, is AFTV been like this all night? I don't.
I need to have a
I
look
don't think Man
later.
United fans have ever got this angry about a manager. I mean, I know we
I think
talk
they're
about
just fed up.
that.
I think he's
No,
just
but
fed up with Arteta
they all are because it's the same thing, isn't it? I mean,
choking every season.
The
yeah,
question I say with that is that at some point, when you look at Arsenal compared with our squad, the first 11, okay, when we played them away in the game we won 3-2, they had a bench of options and they brought about 4 or 5 players on. They didn't really impact the game, but they had options, and they did attack us a lot in the first 30 minutes. I thought it's going to be a difficult game. I just think a lot of it isn't that the one-off games where it's the games over the season where Arsenal have had loads of draws. And I just wonder if they're too cautious a lot of time, and that they don't seem to go for it. Do you remember Alex Ferguson teams used to we maybe pick up more defeats than a team like Arsenal, but we definitely threw caution to win in a few games, and we turn draws into more wins and maybe a couple of defeats. I just wonder whether that's the problem with Arsenal, that they had a massive lead in the league, and then they kind of drew it away when they drew to Forest and drew to. I can't remember. They bottled another couple of. Did they draw with Wolves or something? They had a couple of bad results. It might have actually been Wolves, and you think over the whole season, then it comes down to the City game. Okay, Man City are a good team. They're going to step it up in some of these games. And it's not this game that's lost in the league if they do lose the league. It's going to be when they were winning by about 7 or 8 points, they just started drawing games they should have won. That's the reason, I think.
No, I think as well, what for the first half of the season, everybody knows what their strengths were. The strengths were corners and dead balls. And they were scoring lots and lots of goals from it. And in the second half of the season, a lot of teams have worked it out how to stop it happening.
They're one-dimensional, aren't they? It's
Yeah,
like with Arsenal, you go, cried the goalkeeper, work the set piece. It felt like when we played them, it felt like instead of putting crosses into the box, it looked like they were trying to hit the first man to get a corner. And I was thinking, it did look like they were not interested in trying to score goals. It was like this different. It's annoying, and because when people look at Man United style of play, we've actually stepped it up on set pieces. I think we might be in terms of per 100 corners or free kicks, we're actually one of the best teams in scoring goals, which is something that you can work on the training field. But we actually carry a significant open goal threat. I think mainly that's down to Bruno Fernandes and the sort of crazy passing and assists and things. And I think Arsenal don't have that. Can you imagine if they had a player like Bruno Fernandes linking things up?
Oh God, we've said this for ages though, because I think Odegaard's brilliant, right? And everyone who's not an Arsenal fan can see he's bloody limited, right? And then we have to listen to Arsenal fans every season saying, "I bet you wish Fernandes was as good as Odegaard," and it's like, mate, you want what you're smoking? And right, and you all have them Arsenal fans at the office who've said that, right? And right now, the chickens are coming home to roost with his actual talent ceiling, and Bruno's still stepping up. And for me, that's where Arsenal have been weak since throughout Arteta's time, is the front three. They grind teams down. They don't blow teams away, and so the reason why when they always say, why can't they attack teams? It's because they can't. They only know how to grind you down. And against a really good team and this will keep happening because it's happened for 5 years.
Yeah, there's no surprise when you watch Arsenal. There's no surprise in how they play.
No.
And I look at it thinking it's just not like for me. I thought this season that if you're an Arsenal fan, yeah, you could overlook say where's the better welcome. I don't think this is going to be as angry as the other guest.
Hello.
Hello. That was.
Pick up WDD.
I'm not.
I was trying not. I was like listening to Dell, and I was reading the comments. They go, "Rich is smiling," and I was like trying not to laugh because I don't know. My natural reaction is it's quite funny that
Mr. B went off to have a laugh.
It's like they say, it's better
Mr.
out.
B's probably laughing.
Better out than in.
Yeah, he's got off to have a laugh, a big laugh.
No one's surprised though, are they? No one's surprised.
Bottle jobs.
How are you feeling today? I know you've not been feeling great, but how are you feeling about the situation
He's
there?
brilliant today.
Man United, like it's probably actually a good thing we got that win with Liverpool getting the half an hour of extra time to get the win, and actually Aston Villa playing well. So quite a vital win, isn't it? The one we got against Chelsea in the end.
Yeah, massive win. I can't believe they gave them 10 minutes, wasn't it? That's when they scored their goals, 90 plus 10 for Liverpool. I mean, it's just so jammy, right? I just kind of think they have such an issue with us being in third place. Let's get rid of their centre back. Let's get rid of another centre back. Let's give Liverpool another 10 minutes. But it's been interesting. Look, they're 3 points behind us. We've got Brentford next. It just sets it up. I think it just sets it up for the Liverpool tie, because at that game, they could be the 3 points or they could be the same as us. So I think it's exciting, but yeah, look, it's in our hands. That's the best thing about it. It's in our hands. Unlike Arsenal, it's not in their hands anymore, is it really?
No, that's it. I think the reason why the meltdown is that suddenly, and when things are out of your hands and they're in City's hands now, it's 2 defeats in a row for Arsenal. If City win their game in hand, then it might be one of those like down to the wire goal difference type things. But City have got 1 game in hand. The goal difference is 1 worse than Arsenal, but you'd feel that City they've scored slightly more goals than Arsenal, but their trajectory recently has been more impressive.
They've got Burnley next. They've got Burnley next.
They've got Burnley, yeah. I think they're gonna blow Burnley away, and then they've got a cup game against Southampton, who knocked out Arsenal, and then they've got Everton. I'm not sure about Arsenal's games, because I think with United that it's not just in our hands that if we get a couple of bad results, we might still be fine, because is it 4 or 5 defeats straight for Chelsea? They look way out their depth. It looks like sacking Maresca is looking like about as sensible as sacking Thomas Frank. You just replace him with someone worse, and it's not going very well. I think when people looking at replacing Carrick, sometimes you look at it and go, this is kind of my view with Michael Carrick. He's done a very good job. Okay, you're not going to get perfect performances, but look at what can happen if you make a mistake with managerial appointments. And you look at the difference of like Rossini at Chelsea. You look at what happened with Tudor at Spurs. And I think, is there someone out there, if you're going to go for someone different, they have to be almost like a no-brainer, massive upgrade. And I don't think there's one of those people out there. So it feels risky and unnecessary.
Is it fair to start having a conversation about Carrick? Because I'm look, you know me. I have been a big backer of Carrick. I'm just getting more questions. I'm getting more questions, and look, I know he's an interim manager. I know he hasn't had a pre-season. I know he hasn't had his players. I never thought that was a good enough excuse for Amrin not to get results. But I'm just a bit concerned on that match. It was crying out for subs. It was crying out for something to change in that second half, because they were they were bang, bang. Exactly. They were bang, bang, bang at us. And we were so lucky. I mean, we got the 3 points, but we were so lucky to get out of there with 3 points, because I think if they'd got 1, they would have got a second possibly. So is it about time? Because the performances have been going down, right? And I know we have a bit of audacity here, because we couldn't win a game. Now that we're winning a game, we're complaining about how we're winning a game. But I think what I'm trying to raise is the telltale signs the things that the red flags. Substitutions is one, but like you say, JL, what is his plan B? It's kind of like he's put the players into their pieces, the right pieces, put them in the right places, but then when he's up against it, I'm not sure he reacts quick enough. And I had the same criticism about Amorim, so I think it's only fair I had the same criticism about Carrick. Just putting it out there.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think he's had no plan B I think we've been aware of it since 6 games in, because it was great that he got the turnaround. Then he started playing the same players, the same tactics, and we're not changed. We haven't changed it up, and we still haven't. And we can get through. Yeah, so I just think he's done the right thing though to start with. He's put players where they're meant to play. That's worked up to a certain degree, but you always the other teams are going to work us out, and that's what I feel is happening. You
gotta have more than one plan. I think I do, like Jill said, the depth of quality is not there, which is a limiting factor. I think it's difficult to make a long-term assessment. I think that you'd have to look at Carrick as being an option, and it probably depends on which head coaches we're looking at actually also want to join Manchester United. That all these people linked is one thing, but they might not actually want to join United anyway at this point in time. Big up Stephanie. I think Stephanie was like in very, very, very late last night. Very late.
Nice, Stephanie.
But yeah, if we don't go for Michael Carrick, then we do have this weird scenario where Helgi wants to shave his head for some reason, but I don't know.
He's got such a lovely mop of hair as well.
I know.
They just
he wasn't. I haven't been out drinking. Sometimes I think that he wants to I think G Wolf wanted to wear clown makeup. It was just if you want to do it. If you want to do it, like no one's gonna stop you, but maybe you had to do it that way.
He just wanted to wear makeup, the clown was the caveat.
I honestly can't even remember what the bet was. I remember at the time thinking, well, that's a crazy bet. You want to wear clown makeup, but we'll see. Maybe G Wolf and Helgi should be kept separate.
I think for me, I just worry that he's taking his time to make those changes. I think he's made the right changes. Don't get me wrong, but I think it happened in the Leeds game. We had the red card. There was a delay. I would have made those substitutions that he made in the 70th minute at half time.
Yeah,
that's where I was having a stinker. So he didn't do that then. And then yesterday they were punneling us. Neto again and again and again and again. And I would have just changed something. I would have put the impetus back on us, moving forward and pushing them deep. So those subs that he bought on, I would have bought them on earlier. And that's the only thing I worry about. Is kind of like he knows as well as we all do how important it is to get to Champions League. And I just think he's really rode his luck. We could have got something out of that Leeds game. I think if he'd made those changes earlier. And we were lucky to get away with 3 points. And that's just precarious because I don't want to come to the end of the season and be having a conversation where, I think we will qualify for Champions League, but we may finish 5th, which most will probably say is still a success. He's got a 66% win rate. It's just putting it out there. When you just kind of, I worry. I was a big advocate for Carrick at the beginning when he came in, especially with the run he had. But I've always said that he needs to have an interview. He needs to be considered for an interview. Now I'm erring on the fact that what happens next season when there's more games, there are more decisions that need to be made. Is he the man that's going to be proactive in making those decisions? That's all.
Good points.
Yeah, difficult to decide. So let's go to.
But you're glad you got me on now.
Yeah, it's quite relaxing. It feels a little bit like you've been liberated from like a hostage situation, and now you can kind of relax. And someone's like put a nice plate of food in front of you, and you can. So I feel like. So I agree that Carrick doesn't seem to feel the ebb and flow of the game, a bit too slow to affect the match at Ollie Biscuit Barrel. Do you think sometimes it's like that Carrick's not necessarily making all the decisions, like he's consulting other people as well? Because you saw that he was talking to, wasn't he talking to Holland just before the red card? And you got the feeling that it's not like he's just making all the decisions himself. So maybe they've gone through things and he's thinking, actually, it's not working. And they're talking about it. I don't know. I think it's as an interim situation, it was probably like ideal. It's worked. It's been ideal, isn't it? We've gone from being, if we win this game, we might be in Champions League positions to we should be getting Champions League positions if we don't mess it up. We're third in the league. I don't think anyone thought we were going to finish third in the league, say in January, and we're 10 points above Chelsea. I think we probably were behind Chelsea, weren't we, at the point when he took over?
Yeah,
and we picked up more points than Arsenal and City since then. So it's almost like job done, and then it's now like an interview process, isn't it? Where you go, right, you did this. Now the expectations will be different in the whole season with multiple competitions. What's the plan? I think from what I've seen is that apparently they like the tactical approach of Carrick, but you have to say that it's not just Carrick, is it? It's other people working with him. So
yeah, I mean, there is a view that his number two is another Gareth Southgate. There is a view on that because he spent many years under him, and you know there were many things about Gareth Southgate that I didn't like, and certainly when they said
I'm
would he be our manager.
skeptical.
So
I'm skeptical about Holland.
Yeah, and that's the only thing, and I don't know. It's really strange as well that Holland, through all of those managers that kept getting sacked, normally when a manager goes, he takes his coaching staff with him. He kept remaining. That's peculiar, but he got the experience. I think
he got
was
sacked by a Japanese team to Holland.
It was in the Southgate. I don't know. It's just throwing up questions for me. I keep moving from this side to this side with Carrick. Sometimes I think, better the devil you know. He can deal with the Glazers. He can deal with Ineos. He looks like he's a good man for the team. The other things I'm hearing is, has the intensity dropped? Why didn't he have a behind the closed doors game during those 24 days? We were more prepared for Leeds. All those kind of small things that I think he should be kind of stamping out. Why isn't he making those subs? So if I'm getting these questions in just the first 10 games or the first 12 games, I'm concerned about what else is going to unravel. You know?
Yeah, for me, I echo them because the Leeds game for me, that was the first time I've really questioned his first starting lineup. Ugarte, Ahmad, they got eaten alive, didn't they? And I mean, Ugarte, I mean, you say, I'd have took him off after 10 minutes. And you say you give him to half time. I've never seen a player since, I mean, that was.
He got 70 minutes, not even half time, you know.
Well, he's one of the top 5 worst performances for the last 10 years I've ever seen that. Because it was a derby and so Leeds when he were in the team, Leeds very quickly just let him have the ball. So we would win it back and Ugarte get it. Leeds would be pressing everyone. And then when Ugarte got it, they dropped 20 yards. and every time it was like they forced the pressure on the back four. And if we broke the line and it got through to Ugarte, they just sprinted back every time. And he just honestly looked like a competition winner who he couldn't do anything, just ended up passing it back to Yoro or Martinez. That's all they were doing. And then Leeds were ready to start the press again.
No, I kind of worry because I just see how far off we are off it. I'm amazed we're in third place, to be quite honest. I looked at Man City and Arsenal play today.
Terrible season.
And you look at their performances compared to our performances. It's night and day. It was like men against boys when I look at how we're playing. And I was quite happy, but it shows me how low our standards had dropped. I mean, we finished 15th for a reason. And I think somehow, some way, I can't explain it. I think a good run, I suspect, those 7 matches when everybody else was falling apart, has helped us claim third place. But we are so off the mark. And I want someone who's going to come in and bring us up a gear. My fear is that we're dropping a gear again. We've almost reverted back to the way we were playing when we were just about scraping draws and wins. And it's literally what we're doing at the moment. We're scraping draws and wins.
Yeah, that Leeds game was the first time I've seen this under him, to be fair. But last season, it reminded me of last season, and it didn't surprise me. There was a lot of players that haven't played for a while that played a lot last season, where they just were, they didn't look fit, and Leeds ran straight through them. And that is a complaint I had most of last season, that teams just ran us off the park. And we looked like we were up for the fight. We have been all under Carrick, and then that's the first game where he brought Ugarte back and he brought Ahmad back, and they haven't really been playing because when they get kicked and when they get, I mean, Ugarte's positional play is awful, and you saw that with Mainu coming back in against Chelsea. I mean, okay, yeah, it was one way transfer a lot against Chelsea, but Mainu was that springboard to get for us to get up. And when he's not there, that he's just a donkey. Yeah, there's no two ways of looking at it.
Is he just getting worse, or has there been performances like Cunha, Bruno Fernandes, and other players actually playing well made him look worse? And like Casemiro looks better, because it feels a bit like maybe Casemiro was criticised more at the start of the season. Now we're more organised, and now we've got Kobe Mainoo back in the team. You look at Ugarte as being at the time we were looking at, say, when you played Bruno Fernandes and Casemiro both deep, you take off Casemiro and there's a massive drop in quality. I think we've seen it with Kobe Mainoo not being available and Ugarte starting. Do you think it's just that we've seen maybe the gulf in quality between other players and him in the team, or is he actually getting worse? Because I can't remember him actually ever being particularly effective.
I don't think he was good in the first place.
Yeah. I think we got robbed, yeah.
he's just not creative. That's the biggest problem with Ugarte, and then suddenly there's no link up, and that's always been the issue.
He doesn't have the legs either.
Yeah.
Leeds ran through him. I mean, he made is it Apadu?
Yeah.
I'm terrible with names. But honestly, that guy, I mean, he made him look like prime, Deschamps. He just kept running him off the ball all the time. And it was a bit, to say that he cost 60 million quid. And I class Ampadu as a championship player at best. And he constantly ran him off the ball. I just thought, how's this guy an international? It's just,
I really wanted a performance against Chelsea. I thought we were due one as fans. I wanted to see that kind of passion and vigor that we saw in the first couple of games, even the third game, and that's disappeared. The intensity has completely gone. We started off those first few games.
It is like it's a lack of depth, isn't it? Like Ian says, lack of depth and quality, which we've had for a long time now. And sometimes I look at it and think that is a lack of substitution sometimes, that he just thinks some of the options aren't as good. Do you remember when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer wouldn't make any substitutions, and when he did, the team got worse? And it feels a bit like I'm not making excuses. And I think that there's been games where he can make substitutions a bit quicker, but it is we're still kind of got a sort of ceiling. I think the biggest surprise is that he was being benched by Paris Saint-Germain. He was at the time and said, why we're buying a player that essentially they're forcing out. If we were going to get Ugarte, we could have got him for cheaper, it seems. And I don't even know where Ugarte goes. I don't think there's rumours he's been linked to Newcastle, but I can't imagine a Premier League team would look at him as a viable option.
Galatasaray.
I was thinking Galatasaray. I was thinking Turkish league. They pay decent salaries. They can pay okay transfer fees, and you get Champions League football.
Yeah. He'll go Turkey or Saudi.
Another thing quickly is there have been games where he's played Sesko where I thought he shouldn't have done, and there have been games where he should have started Sesko and he hasn't. So I'm still trying to get my head around what he's doing.
One thing also, I've got to say one thing as well. I can't remember if JR saw the pre-match chat we had and the prediction stream kind of before we did our tactical stream. And Wizard Better got the defense like spot on. I think you got 11 out of 11, didn't you, in the lineup?
Yeah.
And so I was going to say that if it doesn't go well, we can't. Wizard Better can't blame Carrick's lineup, because it's like literally Carrick was watching you put that together and going, it makes a good argument. Because I was thinking Aiden Heaven next to Mazraoui. I don't know. I'm not sure if Carrick would go for that, but no, he.
Aiden Heaven, by the way,
in the end.
yesterday. Wow.
Yeah, amazing.
Mazraoui was good
What a
too.
player. He were virtually by himself got us that clean sheet in the end. He were brilliant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those tackles, sliding tackles, just amazing. I think he has a
made
higher
some
ceiling.
blocks too.
He has a higher
Some
ceiling than
brilliant
Euro. Sorry, below.
Yeah,
They have different strengths, though. Like
they do.
Yoro is a far better player at fetching the ball out of defence when he's allowed to.
I
have a niggling thing in my head that Euro would probably play better as a left centre back.
Heaven's better, yeah, really.
He's better at blocking as well, yeah. But he's
he's
a bit braver. But for me, but I think
too brave at times.
But Lenny's can move the ball out. We haven't really seen it as much this season because he's not had the opportunity. But like last year, he was unbelievable, especially later on in Europa League. Of sort of, it was almost Beckenbauer-esque how he'd take the ball from the back and take it up the right wing and whip a ball in. You know, I haven't seen that from Heaven in his locker yet.
Yeah, I think he's good at conducting. Whoops, I don't know what's happened there. I think he's good at conducting, which I like about him. I think he can find the passes, and I kind of look at him as a natural successor to Martinez. I would even just would you, right, if you had an option this summer where you could sell one of these three. Now I'm going to Shaw's too easy. One of these two. Who would you sell? De Ligt or Martinez?
De Ligt.
I'd echo that.
I'm leaning towards De Ligt because
he's been out since November. We've had him 2 seasons. I think and the most he played was the beginning of the season to November, and now he's been out for the rest of the season, out the 2 years. Because I think he played only 2 or 3 games at the start of when Ten Hag bought him, and then he was out pretty much till the new year. And then he was in and out, and then he had this season. We're going to be his season. We had all the press conference on our new TV telling us how great he's going to be now he's fit, and now he played for 3 months and he's out.
PR nonsense. That's where it was.
So yeah, 100% selling.
It's a shame with De Ligt, isn't it? Because when he came in, I mean, look, but when he came in, I thought there were moments he hasn't got to that level that I'd expected of him. But there have been games and moments where I thought, there's even a captain in there in you, right? Because he showed such composure. Sometimes his defending wasn't the greatest, but we never got that kind of run of games with him. Because I think sometimes if you don't have that run of games, that can impact you anyway. It's such a shame because I looked at him and I thought, you could be the answer. And I think that's been our issue for a long time in centre-backs, as it has been in midfield.
No, it's about trying to get some partnerships. Yeah. We have such an issue. I think with De Ligt, when you look back at his career, he does have, he's had seasons where he's had a decent amount of games, but then there's big gaps where he has picked up injuries. And it's almost inevitable, isn't it, that those just, you just recover slower and slower from these sort of injuries. And it does seem like this is a problem thing. I mean, Ian's saying that Ian says he thinks he's our best centre-back, fully fit and firing. And questions regarding Aiden Heaven, saying, how did they let him go? I think we just gave Aiden Heaven an offer he couldn't refuse, which wasn't much because he was an academy player. But also, it was kind of like a fast track of and Arsenal got good centre-backs. Manchester United probably offered him more money to start with and a recognised pathway into the first team.
Yeah,
and Aiden Heaven's probably only played, I can't remember how many games now. Is it 19 or 20? Someone said. And considering if you're comparing him with Yoro, I know it's a different skill set, but Yoro had a whole season in the French league. Then he had a whole season at Manchester United, and now we're talking about mostly another season. Aiden Heaven's got nowhere near the level of experience, and so he's going to make mistakes. But I think he's done really well. Probably better than people thought, considering he was in the academy when we bought him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, what I do is, I know Yoro's he's got to fill out a bit because he's getting pushed around. I mean, that Calvert-Lewin experience for Yoro was not the first time that's happened.
No, he was quite ineffective against Chelsea the first game when I think we substituted Maguire off, brought Yoro on. He didn't really contest a header, and Chelsea got back into the game. And I think with Hayden Heaven, when we unveiled Heaven, isn't he like 6'5"? He's like massive. It's like a Wayne Rooney where you think, bloody hell, he's like kind of built physically for the Premier League already, and he just needs to. He probably needs like a bit of a mentor next to him in the centre back position.
That's my transfer policy right there, Rich. Get rid of Martinez, get rid of De Ligt. You've got Maguire now on a longer contract as you're in between, and then go get someone who's in the pump, nasty defender who's going to look after him with their arm around it, and then you can rotate the pair of them in that other position.
Bastoni?
Yeah, that's the thing where I think it's a bit difficult initially because Man United's squad is such a mess. But you really need to look, don't you, and go, you got the experience of Maguire, and because of De Ligt and Martinez's injuries, you keep Maguire a bit longer and really help mentor. Again, that's why we're looking at midfield. We're going to lose a lot of experience with Casemiro. Every midfielder we're linked to is like 2021. And I do look at some of the options and think maybe we do need to look at getting someone that's a little bit older as well, like that's got a bit of experience. And say Heaven is a quality signing. If we can do a few more of those, then
would you grab a Bastoni if you could? I suppose it's probably a stupid question, isn't it? Really.
I like the idea of signing that guy from Bournemouth on a free.
Senesi.
Yeah.
There's a PSG centre half. I like Pacho. It's William Pacho.
Pacho, okay. PSG.
Yeah. But
there's some good options. People are talking about Van Hecke at Brighton, saying he's possibly entering the last year of his contract.
Oh, he's
so
a good
that
player.
might push the price down a little bit.
He's a good player.
I really like Bastoni, but the problem with him is it's that he's really high. There's so much noise that he's going to Barcelona in the summer.
Oh, Barcelona,
and they've got no money apparently.
Why do players want to go to Barcelona? Can they actually afford these players?
Yeah, exactly.
Allowed to sign them?
No money.
Did you just literally say out loud, why do players want to go to Barcelona? I don't know why, Rich.
It's only because we hate him, really. Yeah. Nicking all our signings.
Yeah.
Them and Real Madrid have been our for many a decade.
It's been like Man United. When you're trying to get rid of a player and then they go, right, I want to go to Barcelona, you think, oh, bloody hell, we're going to have like a year of drama, of drama. When did Rashford leave? It's still not really sorted.
Is he out
because they're trying to get him for 5p, that's why.
I know. Was it Olmo that signed there? And then they were saying they weren't sure if they could register him. And it was just like, what is the situation?
Can't they pull any more levers? They're good at pulling levers. Can't they do that for Rashford?
They'll find a way if they really want him. There's always noise, isn't it? Try and bring the price down or something.
Yeah, they're like they're like trying to find they're like all them people who run into 7 o'clock on an evening into the supermarkets trying to get the discounted red tickets. That's Barcelona.
Yeah.
Just trying to get all the discounts and trying to absolutely make it as hard for every team they loan the players off. The sweet talk them, they'll give them this, they'll give them that. So the players well and truly like, yeah, they love me. And then they won't pay the price for them. I mean, it's not just us. I'm trying to remember who else they've had. They've had a couple of others. Oh, God, who's the guy who's in France now? Yeah, they've done it 2 or 3 times to other teams as well. It's not just us. And then we end up getting another disgruntled player back.
I don't think Rashford comes back into the United team. I just kind of think that bridge is burnt. And if he doesn't go to Barcelona, I think we get more money for him anyway. I think we get more money for him. than Barcelona. Barcelona can jog on. It's Rashford. I kind of think he's really got his heart set on going to Barcelona. Then if he doesn't go there, where else does he then go?
That's the thing I see, because it's not going to be, because he's going to have his heart set on the bit like going out to, staying at the new camp, and then we say we're going to sell you for 40 million, and then it'll be queuing up with teams like Newcastle and teams like that.
I don't think he comes back to the Prem. Why doesn't he? There are Italy would probably be a good team for him, a good place for him to go. I think he's now kind of getting to his late 20s, isn't he? So I think he's a different person to who he was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough, because the fan base is 100% sort of, I'd say 60-40 against him. I mean, there's loads of them over. There's loads of them that still love him, like the old-fashioned ones like me. But when you go there, if you're basically under the age of 30, hey, everybody. So
I don't want him back, because I just can't have the noise. I mean the noise within the fan base over Rashford. I'm so exhausted by all of that. It's kind of like, story's done. It didn't work out. We have to move on, because I think all that's going to happen is more noise.
We're like the situation with Garnacho and situation with Rashford, completely different players. But I think also it does kind of show that Manchester United have got this maybe policy now, where if you come to the club and it's not working out, you're not going to be on the club's books for 10 years. You're going to be moved on, and that's something that would definitely have happened under Alex Ferguson, regarding like Annan Bindia would not have racked up the number of games they had if they'd have joined when Alex Ferguson was in charge. I think they would be looking at one of them playing a couple of games and gone. And what we have done really is had maybe no accountability for, like, with Garnacho, he wasn't in the club for ages, but you look at it and think, now players like Cunha have come in, and the step up is amazing, isn't it? Like the step up between Cunha and Garnacho. I think Garnacho, if he had the right ethics, the right motivation, did things a bit more professionally, he could have a good career. But I think at the moment, you just see it as like it's now Chelsea's problem. Everything that was talked about after the game was about people laughing at him on social media. Yeah. I mean, considering you've gone from Manchester United, where you join Manchester United, you get ridiculous amount of followers on social media, you're elevated in status, and now it's just, I think for Garnacho, he probably needs to have a think about, like, how's he going to rebuild his football career. So I think it's not awful, but what he's done recently, he hasn't really improved at all since he made his debut, in my view. Like, he's got a lot of games under him, and I don't see much improvement. And compared with Cristiano Ronaldo, that people were talking about, Cristiano Ronaldo was completely different, and how he improved over a couple of years.
No, that looks it looks silly, but there was nothing more. It was just so beautiful yesterday watching Kobe Mainu walk past him and didn't say a word to him, and he'd waited for Kobe as well.
That's what you want, though, isn't it? Like, you and like we don't like Gary Neville because since he's retired, but he was the sort of, like, if someone tries to shake hands, was it Peter Schmeichel or somebody, and like, no, yeah. That's kind of what you want, though. I think something's gone on that we don't know about. That you know how Garnacho finishes the season, gets dropped in the game against Spurs, and then suddenly it's like Garnacho's out of the club, and
he embarrassed him in front of the whole squad, didn't he, as well, when he told him that?
Yeah. Do you think that other players are like good? Like, think Bruno Fernandes is going, thank God that I've got an extra 10 assists if he had a credible finisher in that position.
My view is Bruno never liked him, because I remember there was one time we had to give him player of the match, and he was reluctant in giving it to him. And he was even saying he needs to do better, right? He goes, he's nowhere near where he needs to be. And I think Bruno was in Amrin's ear with a lot of the people that actually went out.
Do you think Bruno's a bit like a coach on the pitch with, like, younger players like Dorgu, and maybe it's that Garnacho's not responding or not professional enough is going to piss off people like Bruno, who is obviously wants to win games?
Well, what was nice is that Garnacho had a good view of Bruno's assist yesterday.
I think you're right, though. I think there is a problem with Garnacho. I think he thinks that he's always thought he's better than he has. So maybe in training he's not pulling his weight. He's not finding his teammates. He doesn't on the pitch when we watch him when we watched him playing in matches. So God knows what he's like in training. So I think that there is a real bad arrogance about him, which translated onto the pitch and not in a good way, you know.
I mean,
Maybe
I've never
that's the
said
issue that
we'll never say this that often,
yeah.
but Delot marked somebody out the game yesterday, and that was Garnacho.
It was. Yeah,
You look like
he slapped him in the face first.
Garnacho made him look like prime Fernando Hierro.
Yeah, so somebody joined the comments like late last night. I don't know if it's someone that changed their name for the night or it's a new account, and it was like Bruno something. It's like Bruno something account, and he said, "Shout out for Dallo, looking like prime Cafu against Garnacho."
He just knew his trick, didn't he? So his trick's always to shimmy to get back on his right foot. And he just kept leaving his left foot. And he just knew exactly what he was doing. He just kept leaving his left foot there the whole time.
Sorry, he traded. He's probably done it like 200 times he traded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite funny. So we've been about 3 hours, so we probably should bring it to a close quite soon. Go on then, Bilal. I might have to limit Arsenal guests, I think, in future.
Yes, especially my ears were bleeding.
The Spurs get relegated.
Somebody said to me, and somebody messaged me and said, maybe we should clip that, but cut out the swearing. And I said, what? So we're going to have a clip where it's just like Arteta, bleep, bleep, Arteta, bleep, Arteta, and go. It's going to be difficult to convey a lot of. I know his point was that he doesn't like Arteta, but I couldn't really say the specific reasons. I wasn't.
He just came on to rant, right? I kept daring him to try and say a sentence without swearing.
You know, this change, like, don't go shopping for food when you're hungry. Don't go on YouTube when you're pissed off about Arsenal.
Christian was about Spurs.
I love the way he was talking. I love the way we were talking about AFTV doing their thing and then doing a perfect imitation of it.
Was he? I had to turn the volume down. I've been to church today.
God bless him. God bless him.
Yeah,
we've all been there. We've all been there.
I've never been there on YouTube.
Films, like...
Not on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not normally filmed.
Not on YouTube, admittedly. Yeah.
Maybe against the mirror a couple of days ago. What was your question?
Like you know the scene in Taxi Driver? Do you think they're in the mirror like psyching themselves up and go, right, ready to film now, Robbie? I'm almost ready. It means that actually the film Sexy Beast, you know, with Ben Kingsley when he's in the mirror, that's kind of like AFTV. I think that's kind of like, right, you ready? We're going to start filming now. What's your question, Bilal?
Will Spurs get relegated?
I hope so.
Yeah.
No, because what's going to happen is City are going to win aren't going to win the league. They're going to get 60 points deducted off them, and then they'll get relegated instead.
You know, just on that, there's big talk that it'll be May, but what they're saying is it can't be for this season. It would have to be for next season because Man City are going to appeal the following day, which means that this is going to roll on till about January or February next year is what they're expecting it to roll on.
Okay, I review my decision, and I think Spurs will go down.
But that may mean that Man City get relegated next season, and
let's hope so.
They get the league this season, and then the championship for another season. By which time we get our act together, and when we come back, they can sit in sixth place for a while.
Yeah,
that's my hope. That's my big hope for Man United.
If gradually every other club implode, then we'll be there.
Yeah.
We'll be there.
That's what we need.
Able to
and it's positive talk like you can hear on this channel.
If they get relegated, would they be able to keep their stadium?
They'll keep everything. Yeah, this is what's really annoying about all of it is that they're still going to have the dodgy players that they bought. They're still going to have the trophies that they rifled in because of those dodgy players and dodgy deals. because I just can't see. There's such a knock-on effect to try and do anything about that. Why can't we just be as brave?
I think forced to leave. I think the owners should be forced to leave.
Yeah, but it's going to be it's going to be the footballing equivalent of Lance Armstrong. It's.
Well, do you remember what happened in Italy? We're just not as brave as them, and I think because they were big clubs, the Milan clubs, and Juve as well, wasn't involved in that.
Yeah,
Juve got relegated straight away, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
they kept. I think they kept almost every single player there.
They kept everyone. They had the Del Pieros, Buffons, Trezeguet.
There was a few players that said that. I can't remember. There was a few players that I read something like a month ago saying that. Yeah, they felt that their loyalty to the club, but the club bounced back, and City would bounce back. They would bounce back, and it's difficult, isn't it, to punish them? I think Spurs will bounce back, but it's very bizarre. I've seen like Spurs fans talking about it, and it's almost like they've already been relegated. I think the only good thing it gives them a glimmer of hope.
Would stay if they're in Championship.
I think most of them go. A lot of them will go.
The big game they've got to watch is tomorrow night with West Ham, because it's been a really bad weekend. If West Ham win tomorrow, they got everyone's extended the lead over them, so it's going to get harder than
Palace. Yeah, that's a hard one.
Away. It's a hard one on paper, but Crystal Palace have literally got nothing to play for. They're not going to get relegated. They got over the line.
Palace have got Europe to play for.
Yeah, so they can focus on that.
Semi-finals. Yeah.
Palace might win that.
Who are they against? Is it Strasbourg or someone?
I think it's the
Slovakian team.
Yeah,
something like that. I think it's an Eastern European team. Yeah,
they should be favourites at final anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I remember seeing Gregory's comment. I don't know if it was in today's show or in the afternoon stream, where he was talking about how much money we've got this summer. And I think you said it depends whether they spend it, but we've got so much money available to us this summer that we could really just do something. And if
we qualify for the Champions League, which is looking more than likely, and I still can't believe I'm saying it out loud. To be honest, I always thought this season we'd never get anywhere near this, but if we get that, was it 5 points we need?
Yeah, just 5. 10 points ahead.
That's assuming that Chelsea actually pick up a point somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, Chelsea got to play Liverpool, don't forget, so that kind of helps us on 2 counts. Chelsea got to play away to Brighton. Leeds are not easy. They got them as well. They got Forest as well. So Chelsea got actually some difficult games. I'd be surprised if they pick up too many points. Do you remember the start of the season? What was your league prediction? Because I remember clearly I said Europa League football was like where we should be aiming at with the transfers.
I said 8th.
I said 5th.
8.
I said 8th.
Top 6, and everyone laughed me out the building.
That's it.
Yeah, I said top 6. Yeah, I've got a bet on us finishing top 4 and top 6, and if we win, I put a 10 on each, and if we finish in top 4, which is on at the minute, I get 250 quid.
Oh, brilliant! Happy days.
I remember having this disagreement with G-Wolf where he said 12th was improvement, and I was like, no, that for me that's not improvement.
Everything
like
for 15th would have been an improvement.
I know you can say like 12 is higher than 15, but I'm counting 15th was an anomaly. And
that's how bad a manager Ruben was.
I know, 12, kind of like, I think it dented some people's like opinions of every single player in our club. People were thinking that we're genuinely a mid-table club, and they were telling me, Rich, don't be delusional, we're a mid-table club. I was like,
we had a mid-table manager.
Oh, but Rich, you wasn't led to believe this, because I remember that these very words coming out of your mouth saying, which always led me in the same direction as well, is you were saying, but what about Nottingham Forest? Because last season they had a good year and they were like touch and go for the Champions League to the last like 2 weeks of the season. Right? And people have forgotten that. Yeah, but everyone's forgotten that because of where they've gone back to their rightful position. And you know, there's no reason why with the players we've got, if we sort the problem with us last season, which is that useless front three, which we haven't got anymore.
Yeah, and this is what happened at the beginning of the season. I said we've got the 5th best squad. after Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, and Man City. Man United had the fifth best squad. I mean, we just bought those strikers. You know, we bought those
I honestly
attackers,
thought that if you look at the league table,
and we
you
had one
look
game
at-
a week. One game a
yeah,
week.
the
was the other
difference
thing.
was you look at the league table at the end of the season, look how many goals we scored in comparison to all the other teams, and it was like our goal scoring was like relegation level. It was like the teams near the bottom of the league, and our defense was actually a lot better. And I was thinking our transfer window was basically by goals, and you go, right, we're going to get a better goal scorer in each position in the front three, and worst case scenario is you're going to get more goals, which we got significantly more goals so far this season. Did we get 44 last season? And I think at the moment with like 5 more games to go, we've already got 58. So we got 14 more goals already. So it's ridiculous. And I said hopefully we get 25 more, and maybe we'll get like 20
I
more
don't want
plus.
another season like last season. That was the worst season for me as a United fan.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
We've
That's
had
the
never.
worst-
That's
worst
like
of my
never
life.
happened before, is it? It was the worst team we've ever
If
seen
we
in
had
our
Reuben from the
lives.
start of
No,
last
but this,
season,
this,
should have got
but-
relegated.
But
But-
the rea-
He
do you
was
not think? Do you
everything-
not think? Do you
Well,
not think the
is
reality?
this was the issue I had with every
I
other
hate
opposition
Reuben.
fan analysing United, because they don't watch us all the time. They don't go to any of the games, and they're telling us why we're rubbish. All right, and all of them will say, "Well, how are you going to finish top 6 or whatever?" And you go, because we, believe it or not, our front three are terrible, and everyone else is pretty decent. And they go, "No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not." And then all of a sudden, we I wouldn't say we've got the best. I wouldn't even say the top 5 front three in the league.
Yeah.
But just the fact that donkey ain't playing for us anymore and he's in Napoli is just a miracle.
Oh,
But
terrible
also, look,
striker.
I also believe we're in a false position. We're playing one game a week, and that's the truth
Yeah.
of it. All right, but we don't have the pressure that everyone else has. We're not even in any cups other than the first round. We get knocked out then, so we haven't had those additional pressures. And some might say, well, the offside is that you haven't had games. Well, that's on us. We should have made sure we got games and got more practice in, or more competitive matches in.
We
But
could
one
have
game
actually
a
had a
week.
cup run if we wanted more
Yeah,
games, couldn't we? We could have
exactly.
like beaten Grimsby if we
So-
wanted to play more games.
Exactly.
1,000%, yeah.
So one game a week, I think we're in a false position. We should be third, considering what we're having to do. 40-game season. I'm really worried about next season in that capacity.
Yeah.
And that's where I think
Next season is worrying.
we have a headroom at the moment of 180 million. You can count the Champions League, 30 million just for the Champions League itself, being in the competition, another 30 million for ticket sales, about another 20 million because our sponsorship goes up because we're in Europe. And then it's 2 million per game, and there's 8 games that will definitely pay. So that's another 16. So that's almost another 100 million. So that 180 becomes 280.
It's a lot of money, isn't it? But
There's
also,
a 30% headroom. Just quickly, there's a 30% headroom,
Yeah.
which is a further 200 million that we can dip into, that everyone is given in the start of 26, 27 for the next 3 years. So that's another 200 million. So that's 480. And then if we add player sales to that, we're going to get more than 100 million. Hoyland, Rashford, Xerxes, Ugarte, and if Greenwood gets sold, that's going to be way over 100, but let's be conservative and say 100. That's 580 million.
That's
they can
not a
dip
true
into.
fact.
Right?
That's not a fact. That comment.
Well, let's worry about that next year when we've qualified.
That comment. Yeah, that's not correct. We lost to Villa on a Sunday.
Oh. But yeah, 580. So 580 million they have of money that they can go into. Now we know it's Ineos and they're not going to spend that, but there's no reason why they can't spend anywhere between 240 and 280 million if they really want to, and just have astute signings. Bring in about 7 players, bring in 3 midfielders, bring in a centre back, bring in 2 fullbacks. Bring in a winger or a striker who can play along the front. If you've got a Salvitic, bring in a goalkeeper. They just need to. The only problem that they've got to navigate is the World Cup, and so what they need to do is look for players that aren't playing in the World Cup and get them in. We need bodies. We're playing 1 game a week and we're suffering with injuries with our squad. We've got Champions League next season. I hope we're going to have a good cup run. I hope we're in there and abouts in the FA Cup. I hope we go far in the Champions League. I hope we win the Carabao Cup. We need a trophy. So I just really hope they really dip in, because they've got the money now, and this is where I will give them a bit of kudos. that only works because they cut the squad wages down, but they've cut the squad to cost ratio down massively, and because they've cut it down, we now have that headroom of 180 million.
Yeah, they cut it down so much that it's a bit risky, but no, I agree. It feels like the first window we're actually going to get decent money coming in for players leaving as well. So hopefully that's, and also maybe that I know we're looking at big signings that are very, very expensive. Like we're looking at, say, just to put names out there, but say Tonali, Anderson, all these midfield players are going to be quite expensive. But also Manchester United have shown over the last couple of years that they will look at like Aiden Heaven type signings if they can get some of those players. Dorgu was a bit cheaper as well. Lamans was actually very good value for money. So I think alongside these very expensive signings, if we can do a few of those, and we are doing like things behind the scenes a little bit like Leon, we haven't seen much of him, and I think we signed another younger player at the same sort of time. So no, I think with this, it's like if you spend like 1 million, 1.5 million Cheeto, you get Aiden Heaven, a few more million, you get Leon. Like this is such a small amount of money, and like the fact that Aiden Heaven could be one of the rotational options at centre back position and cost 1-2 million, it's an insane sort of business. So if we can do that, one of those, that could be like, you said like 7 players we deserve better. If 4 or 5 are going to be reasonable money, 1 or 2 could be like a bit cheaper option. And we're not going to get a 1 million signing, but you know what I mean. It could be a bit more sensible price.
And in midfield, look, Mainoo's going to start, I suspect. So your big signing is going to be the person that plays along him. The 2 that play behind, the rotational players, are 30 to 40 million, I would hope. And that's when you can go to Estilo or Nagume.
We're not going to have
or Mateus Fernandes.
Tonali on the bench, are we? We're not going to have Anderson and have like Tonali and Wharton on the bench. I think someone said earlier today that not a serious comment, but saying I'd love to have like Anderson, Tonali, and Wharton. Not possible. Again, I was thinking, that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
but it'd be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, this isn't Championship Manager. You can't just like go right. We'll take all those players. It's not going to happen. But if you get one of them, and can you imagine if we'd have sold Mainoo for like a low price, which would it look like mid-season, and then we'd have to buy that? We don't have to buy another player.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing.
Would you imagine
Mainoo.
where we'd finished if Amorim was still in charge?
I don't.
Relegated.
No, I don't know. We were quite close.
We're about 6.
We were 6.
Last season,
I think we'd have been.
If he started,
I think we'd have been
still battling with Newcastle.
I think we'd have been Europa League still. I think we would have got. Like, looking at the league table, if we drop down 10 points from where we are, we're pretty much with Chelsea and Brentford, aren't we? And Bournemouth actually, and I think realistically, I don't think we'd have done as well. But if you took off 6 points, I think we'd still be scraping like European football.
What are our final fixtures? Our final 6 fixtures.
Just quickly on this. So when he left, we'd played 20, we'd won 8, we'd drawn 7, lost 5, we'd scored 34 goals and conceded 30. So we had a +4. But we were joint with Chelsea in 5th place, with 31 points, and we were 9 points off 3rd.
This is one of those streams that if you like rewound back like an hour, it was like complete carnage, but it's been like pretty calm for a couple of times. I did think with like calling shows, there's a couple of tech issues where I was thinking, I don't know what Neil's doing, but it's like he's like rotating upside down trying to join.
It was hilarious. But just on this, so when he got sacked, we're 9 points off 3rd, but we were also 9 points off 16th.
Wow. So we could be in that what I call the Newcastle vortex, yeah.
At the start, it was so tight, the table.
It was a crazy stream. I jumped in just when Neil came on. Neil always makes me laugh. He was lying down. He had his head right next to the router. I felt like, get your head away from that router. You don't know about waves.
Yes.
Bless him.
So if Amron is here, his fans would be loving being 10th. So one of the funniest things I
Yet
hear
so many
on
people
YouTube is when people
defended him.
say, "Rich, you need to lower your expectations. Our squad is rubbish." And I think I'm looking at
Yet
the
so many
table and
people
thinking,
defended him.
that
I can't
they
believe
told
he
me
had
this
so
after
much
we
fans.
just beat Arsenal. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that argument got pretty. I think myself and we deserve better. There was a stage every week in your chat where it was like people, it's the players, and we're going to play. He's playing Ahmad as a right wing back. How's it the players' fault?
Exactly.
Plays Bruno in the middle. Does a 6.
What did somebody call it? Play football dyslexia. Hello, Helgi.
Did Mazraoui play as a 10, or am I imagining something?
No, that was Eric Ten Hag, wasn't it? Yeah.
Ten Hag, yeah. So I was thinking, like, you wake up to like stream and think, no.
that game.
When someone said yesterday, will Casemiro be a centre back? And I was like, no, please, no, because that means a guy.
We tried that and we got beat. I can't remember what game he said.
We did it against.
I thought
we did
was an
that
error.
against Crystal
I thought
Palace.
it was an error.
Who was the midfielder we bought on loan? Who's playing him as a left back?
Amrabat.
Amrabat. Oh my god! I mean, we just had some nutters at this managing our team. We really have.
Had one season where I think we played about 6 or 7 people at left back.
Yeah,
none of them were left back.
There's no oversight. So what it was we had no oversight. That's why people got away with murder, the managers and the players.
It was the season before we had Malacia, wasn't it? When Luke Shaw got injured, and we I think anybody that basically wanted a game played left back.
Yeah. The only way you got Luke Shaw coming back from injuries was to either buy or loan a left back, and suddenly he appears.
Yeah.
Give him a bit of competition, and suddenly he's fit again. And then they leave on loan. Regarding got sent back, and he's injured again.
Yeah. We've not had a good decade for left backs, have we?
Do you know how many left backs we've had since Luke Shaw's been here? It's crazy.
No, we've had loads of bad ones.
Yeah. Including Shaw.
Ted?
Yeah.
Do you remember Tellez? Like when we brought him in and people were saying, what an improvement he's going to be. And then he just didn't. Luke Shaw, I think Luke Shaw got an assist the day we signed Tellez or something. Like he'd been like 40 or something.
World Cup, yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we played Bailly at left back.
That was it. It was Eric Ten Hag. That's when the season we were talking about. So we got. So the year after we got Malacia as one of his first signings, but that year he let Tellez go on loan, and Shaw started the season pretty well, and then Shaw got injured. Tellez had gone on loan to Galatasaray or someone, and then we had no left back, and then that was the season we had no money, and we brought in Weghorst in the January window.
Then we get a left back that used to play at Spurs, like on loan.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And he played like 3 games, regular.
Yeah, he went back
on, and then at some point during this, we let Alvaro Fernandez go.
And then we got Malacia. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Malacia.
What a mistake that was. I mean, that guy just couldn't see talent at all, could he? He was like just blind to talent was old Eric, wasn't he?
I think that's what's worried me a bit about some of the managers. It was like, if you have a manager that doesn't think that Kobe Mainoo should start a game, and then you have a manager that goes, right, let's get rid of Alvaro Fernandez, and you just look at it and think, wow, at some point, like some of the scouts are actually doing their job, and you're bringing players through, and the manager's just going, no, get me a
He won
Garth.
Player of the Season at Preston North End. Player of the Season and a Championship club at 18, and he goes, nah.
Yeah, cheers, Bilal. So remember when Forson played as a winger ahead of Ahmed under Ten Hag? Yeah, he looked out of his depth. If that's the game you're talking about, played Bruno as a right winger, Maz at 10 instead of Ahmed. Sometimes you look at the lineup and think, right, well, Sky have got this wrong because that's not the positions they play in, and then you watch the game and think, bloody hell, this is interesting tactics. I don't know. If sometimes you've let someone in the chat just pick the team. People go, why don't you put this person in midfield, this person, and go, well, they've never played there, but okay, we'll see if they go with that one. And if things are going wrong, I don't mind a bit of experimentation. But the Casemiro in defence thing, the biggest concern I had was that means Agate's in the middle. It wasn't about Casemiro. I was just thinking, and I remember the game clearly because I think I might have had a Crystal Palace fan as a guest, and we were looking at our team going, look all the pace you got, the people that are going to run at the defence, and you think, right, if we need to look at this. And what happened? They did exactly that. They just ran through us and they thrashed us like 4-0. And I was like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That was when and then a couple of games later we were beating Man City in the FA Cup with different tactics. And I was like,
why didn't you play those tactics before?
I know. You know how you see that's why I was saying with Eric Ten Hag, okay, maybe he's got a different way of playing because Man City we packed the midfield, we were compact, we were hard to play through, we scored some really good goals. And I was like, yeah, more of this, please, more of this. And then the season starts. I'm like, bloody hell. It's like, no. It's almost like, you try something different. It works brilliantly and go, no, that's not really what I want to do. I want to go back to the...
It's crazy. He came from Ajax, right? And you think, oh, great, he's going to bring Ajax for. And within months, he said, I'm not playing Ajax for. You think, well, why are you here then?
You know what I was thinking? Like, with Ajax, who knocked Ajax out of Europe? It was like Spurs, wasn't it? And I was thinking we had this problem with Spurs, and I was thinking maybe that should have been a warning. Ajax were good, weren't they? They had a good competition, but you can't buy all the players that are good for like a Sporting Lisbon team or an Ajax team, and then make Manchester United the best Premier League team. It's going to be more difficult. Just welcome Talking United to you. Good to see you in the chat. It's been a bit of an epic stream, so we'll probably have to wrap up quite soon. Any final points? I mean, we talked about everything about 100 times. I don't want to talk about Arsenal. I might have to have a no Arsenal chat rule in the comments next time.
My gosh.
Particularly if they lose again.
well, you'll have to do that for the rest of the season.
This is also, we forgot to mention this, that if Greenwood gets sold,
I would just say
50 to 60% sell-on clause, that could be quite big money because he didn't go for loads, was it like 25? But the sell-on clause is particularly lucrative. And apparently he's doing all right. So I don't know. I think the rumor was that there's a couple of teams interested.
Isn't he like the top scorer in France now? I think he's doing really well. Yeah.
I don't look for joint stop for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah, sure, Helgi. Yeah, you can jump on for 5 minutes. It's just I can't really talk too much longer.
Yeah, yes, he's a top scorer at the moment, 21 goals.
Wow.
Alongside Dembele.
That's going some.
So now that Bruno's in the 10, why did so many people try and gaslight and say he was good next to Cass? No idea. I got frustrated with it, to be honest. I wasn't very...
He's got good stats, Greenwood. 36 goals and 57 appearances for Marseille. Then we always knew he would, wouldn't he? Just his character was awful. So
we've got a 10% sell-on clause for Garnacho. So that should bring us £3.50.
that much.
10% sell-on. Yeah, is that 10% then? I don't know. Quite often, like clauses are like profit, aren't they? A certain percentage of the profit. So I don't know with Garnacho. He's not going to be sold for profit, is he?
Do you know what, Greenwood? They could still buy another 10%. They can buy up to 60% for him.
Yeah, apparently, then it's about if he gets goals, assists, appearances, that means that Man United get the option to buy a bit more. Yeah. So they could buy up to 60, which is like that 60% is a crazy sell-on fee. If you think, I don't know how much you'd go for, but if you're looking at say like if it's like 50 million, it would be
I think
almost like 2/3 of that 25 million. But I think realistically it could be a bit more.
Yeah, he'll go for at least 60. I think strikers, the thing is, strikers like him are at a premium.
You know who he's perfect for? Barcelona for about tenner. They'll be just working their magic saying, look at this, we can have him. Because there's baggage there. There'll be some agents trying to get him on a free.
Yeah, there's always going to be some clubs trying to get around that.
I think they've made enough distance. because now all you hear about Greenwood is about the football, and I think it happens with a lot of players. And I think if you create enough distance, I think that's what United were trying to do, was to really create distance. And I think they always had it in their mind that they'd recall him, and then they just realised that the fans did not want that at all. Most fans, anyway.
It's not just the fans, is it? It's the brands that United are sponsored by as well.
Yeah.
It's a hard sell.
It's a horrible, it's a horrible look. And many other things. Yeah. Rich knows my opinion on it anyway.
Yeah, I try to avoid like that sort of thing. I think I did something once where I wanted to talk about. I used it as a reference of like, how much money would it bring in because of I thought actually I was giving Man United a bit of credit, saying we put some clauses in some of these contracts that made sense in terms of like the sell-on clause was like very lucrative and it's a sensible one.
Yeah.
And people were just like arguing about whether he should come. That's not a debate. That's not going to happen. So it's not really worth talking about.
Yeah. It's strange because I've still heard that murmuring. It still carries on. There's still people still latching onto that.
My worst take ever is, I think the worst take I've done in YouTube was talking to Kieran about maybe 5 years ago or 4 years ago, whenever it was. And I said, look at the front three. We've got Anthony Martial, Marcus Rashford, Mason Greenwood. And I was like, this could be our front three for like, I can't remember what the time period was.
We all
and
did.
You fast forward 5 years and they've all gone. And you think, at the time though, I was looking at it thinking, look at the speed, look at the pace. You got Greenwood's finishing, you got Anthony Martial's running, Rashford's running.
Yeah,
I think you add some experience with Cavani. I was looking at it thinking, how dynamic it is. You got Pogba behind, you got
Bruno Fernandes, like pulling the strings. A lot of goals.
It was good. That start of that season.
I'm sure that combination scored like something like 50 or 60 goals.
That start of that season was great. It really was.
No, I looked at it and thought you got Matic, Pogba, Bruno Fernandes, you got some experience from Matic, Pogba, and you look at it and think you had Maguire and Lindelof, and David De Gea was playing well. I thought that was the one time we were the closest to trying to get where we needed to be. We just needed to like get a better squad, and I think at the moment it feels like I know people are optimistic, but it still feels like we're kind of quite a lot of pieces away from trying to get where we need to be.
Yeah.
At the time, though, I was really optimistic, and that's why I was saying with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer situation, I was saying just get a good transfer window. It feels like we got lots of the right pieces in place, and they were a good age, weren't they? There wasn't really a problem with like the team. That wasn't really a problem. Like we had loads of players that were going to leave suddenly. There's a lot of Bruno Fernandes was 4 or 5 years younger. There was a lot of players that were going to be good and possibly getting better.
No, it's what might have been.
Yeah, exactly. We did this last night. We start reminiscing about. So I said we were good for like 8 to 10 years, and I may as well have said we'll be good for about 2 years, and then it's all going to go wrong. Oh well, it's difficult to predict, isn't it? I think with football, there's a lot of different. There's like when people say we're 5 years away, like. In 2 years, we could be transformed. And I always use the Forest argument saying Nottingham Forest went from being relegation fodder to almost Champions League. It could happen. I think the difficulties.
Here's a question for you. Look, bearing in mind where we are this season, bearing in mind, I put the caveat in because I'm trying to maneuver the answer to one position.
Okay, yeah.
Bearing in mind we only play one game a week. Where do you think we're going to finish next season?
Oh, that's a long way to go between now and then.
I know.
If we end the season and we don't buy anybody, it's going to be horrific. But I'd be happy with top 6 again. But we should be trying to push on, shouldn't we? If we've got top 4, we should be trying to push on. So, yeah.
The reason I ask it, you give us your answer, Rich.
I'm just going to get Helgi in. Are you guys good for it? This feels like a ridiculously length stream, but
bring him on. Let's party.
Yeah, I was thinking, and I've said this: if Manchester United finished 3rd this season or 4th, because Champions League, that sort of position, I think if we finish the same position next year, it would be a significant improvement because we'd have so much more to try and do. But our squad should be deeper. I think realistically, if we finish 6th next season or like 5th, 6th, but it's difficult, isn't it? Because you look at Aston Villa and say they should be the benchmark. Like Aston Villa have managed to be level on points of us. They've run a decent European campaign as well. So I think that should be roughly the sort of target. But you'd imagine Liverpool. I think Liverpool will be better next season because their players will have kind of gelled a little bit more. I don't think Chelsea and like Brentford, Bournemouth, Brighton, they're not going to suddenly take leaps and bounds. So I think you look at the top 6 as being probably a bit of a gap between the other teams. But I think United will not be in a title race unless there's a miracle. I think it's going to be difficult because of the. If Carrick's in charge, it's such a difference, isn't it? Trying to play, get away, going to the Bernabeu, then you're going to go to Stamford Bridge on the weekend, then you go back to like another European match, which maybe you win, but you still got to put in the travel and the minutes. I think it'd be difficult. But you know how fans are. They'll be like, "Oh, what's going on? Like Carrick got 3rd this last season. Now we're like 5th. We're dropping off."
I kind of feel the same. I kind of think, like you said, JR, top 6. I think that's what we can hope for. I think because we're going to have European competition, I think there's going to be quite a shift to being quite focused on that as well as the Prem. And I think if we can get far in that competition, I think that bodes well. If we can get to quarters or the semis, I think that'll be a good season for us in the Champions League. But I think that's going to put strain on us in the Prem, and I think we're in a false position. I keep saying we're in a false position. I think if we had more than one game a week, I don't think on any level would we have finished 3rd, and I don't think we're going to buy as many players as we need to mount a challenge next year. I would probably say 5th or 6th. I think they'd be hoping for 5th because I think they'd want the Champions League the following season. So maybe 5th.
I think that's got to be the aim, isn't it? The aim has got to be, if you get back to Champions League, the aim has got to be Champions League football every single season for the financial benefit it brings. Like once you drop out of that, what's going to happen with Chelsea? That they've got a very much a let's buy players, sell them profit model, and if they drop out of Champions League, that's going to be a bit of a hit. Certain players might not go there.
But they've got 7. Their revenues this year is going to be 7. They're above us now in revenues. We're estimated to get 656 this year. They're going to get 700 million because of Club World Cup, etc. And they've got quite a big headroom as well. They've got a massive squad, but because their revenue is quite high, they've got that headroom, and then they've also got the other 30%. So Chelsea won't be too worried. This is the thing. There's a lot of noise that there might be, but the problem they have is because of Europe. They need to keep it under 70%.
But they're the kings of, what do you call it? Imaginative accounting. So you don't know with them, do you? Anyway,
There was a loophole, wasn't it, that they exploited, and UEFA allowed them to exploit it before. The Premier League allowed them to exploit it for 2 seasons running. They could have done something in the first season, but they never did. Isn't Garnacho still on an 8-year contract? Because that's still going on, isn't it?
Lol.
How are you helping?
I don't know what contract he was on, but it seems to be standard practice for Chelsea to put them on 7-8 year contracts. If Garnacho's got 7 years to go, I would find that hilarious.
It's crazy. I want to check what goal he's on.
He's their problem for a long time. Can you imagine that if they'd signed Sancho instead of us and put him on an 8-year contract? Well, that's what someone asked me about. What do you think about those sort of contracts? And I was like, very risky. And I think also as a player, it's a long time. If you're not happy, it's a long time to be under contract for.
He's on a 7-year contract, Garnacho. Oh my God, it's crazy, isn't it?
Will he make 3 seasons?
Will he make 1 season? Is the noises I'm hearing? They want him gone this summer.
They want him gone, but what price would they accept?
2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps.
Yeah, that's going because they are basically about making profit, aren't they? And I don't see Garnacho making profit. How you doing, Helgi?
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hey.
Nice to be here.
Happy to hear him this week.
Rich was pestering so much about me coming on, so I finally backed on. No, I'm just joking. I was really excited to come on, so I was pestering because again, it was a bit late today, but yeah, better late than never. Like Solskjaer, you know, extra time. And it's nice. JR, can you hear me today?
I can't hear you this week.
Brilliant, brilliant. Because I was like, last time you had so many good takes, and I was like, that's a good take, that's a good take, and you never like responded. So I was like, why isn't he appreciating me, like validating his opinions? And then later on you said like, I can't hear you, and I was like, okay, that's fine. Okay, good. Because I loved your takes last time. So yeah, nice to meet you in voice as well. But yeah, again, against Garnacho, I reckon everyone here has played football at some time or in your life. Yeah.
Yeah, not
About
professionally. but-
Garnacho, I was thinking about like when you said how long will he last and stuff. I was thinking about this like he's such if you forget about social media, if you just think of how he acts like when you see him in games, in training, in interviews and stuff, he's just so unlikable as a person. And the reason why I asked the football question is like if we if I was a Chelsea player and he walked in with kind of a bad rep, like a team is about a team, and he just everything about him is just so unlikable. Like people always say like you buy a player, he goes in, but there's so much more like in the day-to-day things that we don't see, and I just don't see him kind of gelling in with the team, and not like a new team. In United, he was kind of loved by the fans because he was like from a youth setup, not like I know we bought him from Atletico, but he got a lot of like leeway, and also like the players who brought him on, he had been playing with them a lot when he was like humble young player doing the best, so they got like a better view. But now that he's going to Chelsea for like a 7-year contract, and you have like Estevao, who is like a Brazilian who is loved by everyone at the club and you have Neto, who's like a brilliant hard worker coming from Wolves, who has earned this right to like I just don't see him kind of like, it may sound stupid, but like at gatherings with Chelsea, he's not like a smiley, vibrant person. He seems like more the I don't know if this makes sense what I'm trying to say, but I just don't see him fitting in with a squad, with a team. He seems so like individual, unlikable, playing for me, having his own like nutrition, fitness. He does everything. He has his own team, the brothers. He just seems like so. Is what I'm saying making sense, or am I just?
It does. No, that makes a lot of sense.
He's arrogant. Yeah.
He's in his own kind of world. He doesn't want to mix. He's not a team player, and some of that translates on the pitch, you know. And we were saying this before. You know, that's what probably Bruno was seeing, because Bruno, I don't think had a good relationship with him.
Casemiro.
Yeah, and so they would have seen that in the trainings, and you know, and it didn't change when he was playing on the pitch either. You know, it's it doesn't surprise me if that's his remit, the way he carries on, and he has delusions of grandeur. He thinks he's this. He thinks he's the next Ronaldo, right? And he's not. He's nowhere near it, and he's kind of like he's not got humility. That's his problem. He doesn't have humility, and he doesn't accept what a privileged position he's in. And if you have that view, sooner or later he's going to lose it, and he's in a downward trajectory already. So somebody really needs to shake him up and say, "Listen, mate, you know, otherwise he goes down the same route as Sancho." He really does.
It's the friends and his friends and his family. I think that's like hang me on the cross, but I think that's been a major problem for Rashford as well. Like, I think Rashford would have been at United today if he didn't have his brother.
I mean, I've heard from someone who knows his family really well that
his family is amazing, but not his brother.
Really good morals. Well, that includes his brother. Really, really good morals, and I think there's a lot of bad press on Rashford. As soon as Rashford went up against the establishment, the knives are out for Rashford. You don't cross the establishment, and I think that's where it happened when under COVID, and I think after that the knives have been out for him. So that I think and it's very easy to kind of make stories up. about stuff like that. From someone who knows their family really well, and I'm not just saying it because I'm done with the whole Rashford conversation. To be quite honest, I'm not going to have that conversation anymore. It's exhausting. I haven't got the time for it anymore. I've got my shares in him.
I'm a real McDonald last year. I said, look, I'm not going to talk about Sancho.
But also about
questions.
how many times in this panel on whatever have we talked about, Tevez, Rooney, Giggs, Scholes, Keane, Neville. They were literally winning Ballon d'Ors, winning Champions League, Premier League, and every time they got on the pitch, like Rooney played as a Sam Allardyce player in the mentality every game. Like Tevez, they worked harder than they kind of play and give the effort like they are a bad player, just having to survive and trying to keep in the team.
Just like the work ethic. Do you remember there's a couple of things with Rooney, like the goal we scored against Crystal Palace in the FA Cup. People see the goal, but Rooney pretty much wins the ball, does all the hard work, and then and there's a goal. I think there's a goal, it might be the USA, where Rooney runs back the length of the pitch into defence, wins the ball back, and does like this 60-yard ball, which ends up being a goal. It's like something that's a perfect combination, isn't it? Ryan Giggs like running back, and then
that's why I'm
think
so.
of Garnacho. Do you think Garnacho just like when he gets frustrated, Garnacho loses the ball and then just stands there?
But all those players were fortunate enough to have Ferguson there. They had good coaching teams. They had good number twos there. We didn't have the impact of the Glazers. The Glazers only came in 2008, and their impact slowly got worse. So suddenly, then you got
players got worse though.
Hudson went, and suddenly with bankers, no development. It was all about PR. It was all about merchandising. These players were told to spend more time doing PR stuff than they were on the pitch, and so they created the monsters. They created the monsters for their own
100%
ends.
agree.
So a part of me, because if players don't know any better, they think this is it. This is what you're supposed to do.
I agree.
It's really unfortunate that we've lost so much talent because of the way they were managed.
Yeah, but the thing you're saying is spot on. And to add to that, not only the players we had and the environment, but we also bought players with the same mindset we did. We bought players in who kind of fed off on that. So it was like the intent from the start was poor. And the way they kind of, like you say, they kind of, like obviously some things the player has to blame, but I agree with you that they have to take the blame more than...
You buy players like Vidic, players like Keane, players that want to win games as well, and they're driven to win. Teddy Sheringham joined not to be a passenger. He joined to try and win trophies and be a proactive part of that. I think sometimes that you look at some of the players we bought, and maybe for the first time we've actually bought like Cunha and Buemo, they want to win games, and you can see the difference on the pitch, like levels night and day.
They are humble, hardworking, and that's...
All the Glazers wanted was marketing tools, and they wanted them to be engaged in social media for that very, very reason. And they pushed that, and they pushed that, and they pushed that. Whereas under Ferguson's day, we didn't have social media. We didn't have those problems. People focused on their football. Glazers came in, and they were all about money, bottom line. And how can you keep merchandising that? How can you keep exploiting that? And they exploited the players in the same way. It's hideous.
And people. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, there's one talking about the arrogance coming through the youth team. I think you've got a very good point. I think it's not just Garnacho. There's a few others that they were never going to be United players, but they've dropped down the leagues, and apparently they have a similar sort of they've already made it attitude. And the one I'm worried about at the minute is we've got an unbelievable young talent called JJ Gabriel. Who's unbelievable, but his dad is his agent and everything else, and his dad's an old Ireland international. And the bit I'm worried about with him is that his dad's already like building his fan base on TikTok and all that, the stuff I'm not really aware of. And he's there, saying his son would have played for the under-21s, but he's only 15. They won't allow it, and the problem is with that is that I can't help but feel already he's like trying to say like he's trying to trying to sell him before he's even made his debut.
It's like the marketing's already started, isn't it? Like the cashing in, setting up branding and stuff.
Yeah, I want to comment on what he said, because I have not, because I don't know, there's no specific reason, but I've thought the exact same thing for a long time. I agree with you 1000%, because it seems like it's not much to worry about right now. I know, but what you are saying is 100% true. And I see, like, we are not born yesterday, and we have seen a lot of things in the world of football, and some things you can see. And what you're saying, like, about JJ, I've thought the exact same thing, because if you see the reports going around for a long time now that, you know, Wilcox was so how do you say it, influential in keeping JJ, because there has been Real Madrid knocking on the door and yada yada. I just feel like there is, if you know about something about youth academies and stuff, it reeks to me about, well, how have they gotten him to stay? And I think the conversations behind the doors is, one, they have had promises. And that, to me, I hate promises in football. You have to earn it. So what JR is saying is kind of like, I think from our next season, there will be like,
he's going to play.
What I'm trying to say is, I think there has been promises behind the doors. Like, okay, if you're at United, we will make you the main man. We will Nike or Adidas. You will play. So the managers will be forced to play him kind of more than, like, if he's ready, play him. But I think what JR is saying is, like, we haven't seen what he is saying, what JR is saying, to come to fruition just yet. But it is 100% in the works, and there is something, and I'm worried, but I don't want to be worried. But I think everything he's saying is making sense. And also with his dad and stuff, you know, if you go to YouTube, since he was about 8, 9, 10, he has been featuring on, like, the YouTubes who have millions of subscribers, not like low-key Manchester local. Like, he has been on different YouTubes and been branded since he was about 8, 9, 10. So if you search on YouTube, you will see, like, skill mastering with JJ Gabriel, the insane 8-year-old, and whatever. Like, this is, he has become a brand, like, way back. I'm talking 7, 8 years ago it started. So yeah, I just wanted to pick up on that. Like, I just, like he says, I really don't hope it happens, though. I really don't. But I can see everything he's saying come to fruition. But yeah, like I said, I really don't hope so, because I think he can become a special player.
He is, yeah. I think he's. I mean, from what I've seen of him, he's prolific, and it's generational, possibly. You know, he's got it in him as long as he keeps his feet on the ground. I think it was Wilcox and Brada. They had to do an emergency meeting because Barcelona were going to nick him at 15, and so, you know, they did that. He doesn't turn 17 till October.
Yeah, Barcelona's still going to try, aren't they? They're still trying, I think.
Yeah, because his contract finishes in July next year, not this summer. So
it's a tricky situation, isn't it?
We need to offer him something next year.
It's a difficult situation, isn't it? What's the best option to do?
Yeah. You've got to give him minutes. Every big club has the same problem. If they've got a star under their, you know, in their feet, that what do? You either give them some game time, or you risk losing them, and that's just the way it is, unfortunately. But I hear all this stuff about all the other noise. You don't want it. You want to keep your children humble. You want them to kind of, no matter how amazing they are, you want them to keep that humility. Just go out there and perform. And remember, it's a privilege. You've been given a privilege for the stage. Here's your stage. Now just go and perform. It's similar to what Carrick said right at the beginning. Give players a stage. All you need is people to put a good arm around them. It does worry me. Social media, I think it's bonkers the way it's
the only reason why I was bringing that back to Garnacho is because Garnacho's dad is, like, before JJ's dad, is possibly the noisiest dad I've heard on social media ever. And that's not been healthy with him in the dressing room. We all know that the leak was his dad. You remember you remember about 18 months ago where the team kept getting leaked before the game?
Wasn't his brother, no?
Sorry?
Wasn't it his brother that was doing that?
It was his dad and his brother, but ultimately it's Garnacho, isn't it? So
yeah,
it was and there were a lot of unrest in the dressing room regarding that. He went out the team for a bit, and that's when he first spat his dummy out with Eric, and then he was pleased Eric went, and then Ruben came in, and Ruben kicked his ass even more, and he was unhappy about that as well. So he's a good to have him gone.
And also, if there's one thing we can control about this situation, in my opinion, if you want to look at the bright side, we have to be a serious club. That's the one thing we can control. Is if we are playing like no, but if we are like,
have you seen?
Yeah, I know, I know, but like, for example, us getting Champions League, us at least being like an established Champions League team again, stuff like that. Because if you have to like convince 15-year-olds to be at your club, you know you're in trouble. So people should be lucky to be at United. But if we take off the red tinted glasses, if you are one of the best 15-year-olds in the world, you should be able. So there is like a case that we have to be good enough for him, but at the same time, like, who are you? But at the same time, so there's a lot of like,
it's that movement, isn't it? And it's kind of like, and like you say, the club need to kind of lift him and say, look, you are special. We really want you. But then you need to have people around him to say, listen, mate, you're just another human being like you and me. Have some humility, and that's what you kind of need. And then you have that balance, because if you keep someone's foot on the ground, they're gonna play with much more measured. If you build them up and then suddenly they come against adversity, they won't be able to manage that. Keep someone's feet on the ground. Adversity comes, you take it as a breath,
And also, because I've been thinking about this with Garnacho, for example, and stuff. When you see like young players or new players come into the club, they're always like better than what we have. But I think it suits us the timing now, because if Gabriel came in a couple of years ago, the way to the first team would have been shorter. But now when he's competing, so I think that is also a big like thing that we need to have better first team and reserve players, so that 16, 17, 18-year-olds aren't like. That's why Garnacho was overplayed. That's why Rasmus was overplayed. That's why Mainu was overplayed and stuff like that, because they are literally like.
There wasn't options, was there? There wasn't options in front of them. Can you imagine if a younger player? Can you imagine Garnacho coming through in 1999, and you're looking at the squad and thinking, "There's or if you're a striker and you come through, and Man United's we've got all these strikers at the club, or you've got Jaap, Stam, and Johnson, but you've got a lot of options. I think the fact we've actually got a really poor squad, that's probably it's not good. It's probably the only reason why we've got a few players like it. Probably might have been why Aidan Heaven looked at it and thought, actually, I'm going to get into this team, so I'm not going to get into Arsenal's back four. But it should be where that's what when people look at the team and go, oh, this academy player should be starting, and you think if an academy player. Okay, I know JJ is a different case, but if the average academy player can walk into Manchester United's first team, that's a concern. The fact we're third in the Premier League suggests that that's not going to happen for most academy players. There's still going to be a significant jump. But when you look at the bench is largely academy players a lot of the time this season. That's where the issue is that.
Yeah.
The dynamic of the team. So if all of us three were playing at United now, we are like 28-year-olds and we are starting. Like say we are.
That's very
yeah. But my thing is, if you envision the training, and let's say if we go back to when Mainu came in, okay, we are established senior players, and let's say Mainu comes in, and he is better. He is better from day one than a lot of the midfield, and the manager keeps refusing to play him because he's young. You get what I'm saying? Like if we want to play with the best, so if we are senior players in the club and there comes a young player, we want him to be played, but at the same time, that shouldn't be happening. So I feel like Mainu is a good example of that. That he comes in, he is a lot better from day one. He plays a lot, and he plays good, and he plays all of the time. So I get that, but that shouldn't be happening in the first place. That's kind of my issue. That we should have better players than
We don't have, we don't have the players in the first place, and that's the reason why these players are getting in. And we don't have the leaders, and we don't have the Premier League winners, so we don't have that kind of people to look up to. We don't have that code of conduct. We don't have that kind of, all of that's gone out the window. It went out the window as soon as Alex Ferguson left, and whoever came, the Glazers just had bankers, and the managers were allowed to come in and do as they please, and then so were the players.
Yeah.
And
That's why it gets expensive, doesn't it? If you let Alvaro Fernandez and James Garner go as examples, there's a couple of players that could have been like first team players, or certainly in the first team and the squad. And if you make one or two mistakes like that, the mistakes add up. And I think with that you sign the wrong goalkeeper, you let the wrong academy player go, you sign the wrong player for this sort of money. All these little mistakes add up. And I think we're making good decisions now. But you have to, if you sign 10 players, then it might well be that 5 or 6 of them, a few years down the line, aren't going to be long-term players, and maybe 1 or 2 work out amazingly, another 2 do quite well. And I think with Manchester City and maybe Chelsea, they sign a lot of players, and sometimes with Man City, they don't spend a crazy amount of money per signing. And it's a bit like, say if we had a conversation and said, I think Xerxes a mistake, I think Agate's a mistake, okay, you can actually get back most of the money a couple of years later. And if you make the sort of Anthony mistake or Sancho mistake, they're more difficult. And I think with Garnacho, I think Garnacho might have always had that sort of mentality, and maybe could have changed it a little bit. But I think the fact that Garnacho's situation and the Mainu situation playing all those games just came down from the fact that they underinvested in midfield, but also we kind of made bad decisions. And then we're at a situation now where we haven't really properly addressed the midfield for a long time, and our most experienced midfielder is going to leave, and we're now looking at who do we sign. And I think it's great to get players like Anderson, like really good quality signing. I just think that we're almost like missing out on a step where we should have signed like an Anderson type player 4 or 5 years ago, so we would have had a 26-year-old at the club that when Casemiro left, we go, right, there's the experience. But we went down this route of going, well, we'll buy Casemiro, we'll buy Eriksen, we'll get Varane, and we'll get players that essentially in 5 years, they're all going to be gone. And then we're going to have to, and that I don't mind signing players of that age, but when you look at the squad balance, it was like, we've got a mismatch of like, where are the players that are like 25, 26? That's why we had to buy Mbeumo and Cunha, because we had no kind of experience that was going to be in the team for another 5 years. And that's why I was saying I was optimistic 5 years ago, because our front three was very young. And I thought that we'd gradually build around those. And at the moment, it's almost like this feels like a rebuild. And this is why I was a bit more confident at the start of the season, because going for Aiden Heaven and Yoro, it's the first time we've gone, right, let's get centre-backs at 19, 20, and then build around those. And hopefully it's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride, because nothing's going to work out 100%, but it's going to be moving in the right direction. Like if you sign a player for 1 million, I think the trajectory is good, isn't it? That in 5 years' time, we'll look back on some of the signings as being like great signings, but we've got to keep doing more and more. And it's the only thing we can rely on is that,
I heard, who was it who said it? I think it was you two guys, or it was a little bit early in the show, and it was something about Heaven 1 million. I think it was you, Rich.
Yeah, it could be.
You said, like, why don't we do that more? But also, like you said, that doesn't mean that every time we buy, like, that is a, like, I don't want to say miracle, but
it is though, isn't it? It's
great but you can go a little bit up in price, but the point still stands in case of, if you think about how often, like, I think that is misconstrued, that's a good word, in football, is let's say, what's the hit? What would you guys say is the hit of transfers? Like 60%, 55% if it's good?
I sometimes the higher you go, you've got a better chance. But it varies.
Exactly. You are getting to my point. It's not much VDB. It's not much. So my point is, I think it was Rich who said it, and that reminded me of the Ferguson days. But how many, if you go from the 80s, 90s, and to today or whatever, how many players we have that we didn't expect shit from? They came from nowhere. They came cheap. Like there are so many players that we have brought in from nowhere, and they just take on the badge and become like something we did not expect. And there has been a lot of failures. Like, you remember Dong Fang Shu?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Obatan, Bebe, Alexander Butner. So there has been a lot of players, but my point is, like, when Rich said that, I was kind of like, why don't we do that more? Because if you see, like, if we buy someone for 40 million pounds or 30, we can buy 3 players for the same, like 10, 10, 10, and no one would expect things.
Or even players around the 17 million mark. Ajay B said it today, and it made a lot of sense to me. Why not buy players more around the 17 million mark? It was said to us from.
Are you saying 17?
17, yeah, 17.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
up to around that figure, because I think then you're going to probably get someone of some standard anyway. And why not go for more players like that? We need to bulk the squad up anyway. They need to be looking to get those deals. And who was it? Ragnick said it. You know, you get players on their first, on their second or third contract because they're still hungry. You know, and I think that's been their model. I think they're shifting more towards that, and I think they are going for younger players because we need to fill the academy up anyway. We've started to do that. We've started to bring in players that hit the ground running, and we've started to bring in players that are prospects. So I think, you know, and if you look at Euro, you look at Heaven, young players. You look at the same window, Cunha, Mbumo, Lamens young, Dorgu young, you know, Sesko young.
It's a good balance. It's a good balance, isn't it? You
doing
look at
well in that
Mbumo experienced,
It's the money
Cunha
price, I get
experienced,
that,
Yoro has some experience, and I think it's that there's a mix there. I remember, you might remember this week as but I said, like, at the end of, or at some point in the transfer window, people were saying we should sign like some players from Brighton, like the sort of players that Brighton sign, the sort of players that Brentford sign. And I said, I hope that we look for a player that I will talk about on this channel, and you guys will go, who is this player? Because this is what you want. You want us to sign players that are a bit under the radar. And then I found this article and a couple of articles that were talking about Dorgu. And I did like a stream on Dorgu. And at the time, I think I sent a couple of articles to, I'm trying to think who it was. It might have been Dylan, and it might have been someone like either Jules or Kieran. And I said, read this article. We're going to talk about this guy. And we're talking about Dorgu, and I was saying, like, this is going to be a player that is going to be significantly cheaper. People won't have heard of him. And the reaction, mostly in the comments, was, who's this guy? And I was going, this is what you guys want. You want us to find a player that you weren't really aware of, that maybe, you know, is playing in a league that you maybe not looking at, and go, and what we're actually looking at from this player might be something that he's not necessarily doing at his club now, but it's one for the future. And I was kind of like, right, let's just see how good our scouting is, how it works out. But I think a lot of fans have this idea where they'll say this and go, let's get some players that are cheaper.
Good
and when
point.
the club do, they'll go, right, why aren't we just buying Tonali? And so I think people will never be happy. And I think a balanced strategy is perfect. Get Anderson in, but then get a player that we don't know about that's going to cost 20 million, and see how they do as well.
We only need one kind of big kind of player, like we said it before. Maine's going to start. You need to get a big player.
That was kind of my joke, wasn't it? Like, you're not going to have Tonali and Anderson, Tonali and Wharton watching Anderson and Kobe Mainoo play, are you?
They wouldn't come, would they, if they weren't guaranteed for first team football? You know, as a starter, they'd have that in their contract. You know, you buy one, and I don't think we need to go big. There's Manu Kune is a great thing. Agume is another player who literally is far better than Belieber, who matches stats of Tonali, and in some areas is far better. You'd get him for 30 million. You could be really creative. You know, people are kind of sometimes hung up that it has to be a big name, or, you know, you have to go for the. Sometimes there are better players. These are better players, and if you're able to do that, because we need to bring in so many players, I'm thinking 7. I think it's really important. And the other thing I just wanted to add was, I keep hearing that recruitment is more important than the manager. I don't believe that. I think they're both as important, because no good getting the recruitment right and then getting a manager who completely throws these players to the dogs. You get a manager who comes in and does the best, and then is able to manage people like JJ Gabriel, who will get minutes next season and the season after. And I think it's important we get the manager right, because I want a manager that's here for 10 years, not a manager that we recycle after 2.5. So I think it's just as important, really.
I think a lot of fans that look at Man United to go, we want to build a legacy rather than have transient success. Like, we don't want to be like passing through. We don't want to do a Leicester City. Suddenly we win the Premier League. Now we're relegated to League One. We don't want. We want to be consistent at the top. That's possible. We're going to have to
Can I just
wrap
comment
up
before we leave? I just wanted to comment what they said. No, yeah, you are. I just wanted to like appreciate you for a second, WDB, because like what you're saying is like it's so spot on. It's not even funny, because like early in the stream you said about we need bodies, we need bodies, we need bodies. Like, why can't a club see where are we today? Where are we? Yeah, there is someone asking for we deserve better to have an X account, and I get that. Like today, I've been in a lot of streams, but today you have been killing it. But yeah, what you said about bodies and stuff, like we are in a position where we need players and not a couple of players. So why not now? Like in a different time, might we need 3 or 4, but where we are now, we need bodies. So let's lower. You are spot on about what you said. Like, we don't need the big players right now. Maybe in 2 years we do, but right now, get in 6, 7 players. Let's get a squad. No, they won't be as good or whatever, but nothing is sure in life. Anyways, if we pay 80 million, he can flop as well, like the 10 million player or 17 million. So yeah, I just feel like where we are now, we need bodies. We don't need of course we need Anderson. Of course we need these good players, but I would much rather, like, we need a backup for Sesko. We need a pacey left winger to have something else than Cunha, like going in behind. We need maybe a left back because Shaw will get injured most likely next season. We have Dorgu and we don't know. We need so much. Then why don't prioritize bodies now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And grab a Mateus Fernandez from West Ham. You can get him for 30 million. Relegation tax. There are so many options out there. All these big names that we're kind of being touted with. Sometimes you just, like you say, you've got to kind of look outside the box and think, there are so many positions that we need to fulfill. We're in one game a week. We're in a false position, Helgi. Us being in third place is a false position. It's when it's going to get competitive next season, it's going to be much harder. It really is.
Yes.
And we're just about struggling now with the squad we have. 5-4 left back on tail.
I love this.
You might have had a shot. You might have had a shot a couple of years ago.
I love this community because we are like a mix, like everyone in the chat. We are like a mix of, like, we really love United with every single fiber in our body. And we are like grown-ups talking. No one is shouting. No one's arguing. But we are also very funny. We are also very funny.
Not now, anyway.
Yeah. No, now you missed the Arsenal fan that came on. Oh my god, that was such a. That was an F word every 1.6 seconds. Not even that. Every 0.7 seconds.
Yeah.
I will look back.
Yeah, it was. There will never be that amount of swearing on any stream again. I can guarantee that.
I was just going to say, talking. I'm not on Twitter, unfortunately. Yeah,
a hidden gem.
I haven't got the time. I'm too old as well.
Yeah, for everybody watching, I pinned the socials as well. There is like a Discord community. I'm on Twitter a bit, but I try not to argue with people because everyone's arguing about it. And the YouTube, the Discord, Jim posts a lot of stuff in Discord. The Facebook group, Cody's doing a lot in that as well. But we're going to wrap up. It's been an epic stream. Thanks everybody. All the if people watched. There's a lot of good guests have joined during the stream. A lot of people that you might recognize in the comments have come on, had a chat with various connection qualities. I'll say that. But interesting takes. Thanks everybody for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. but hopefully something in the morning. There'll definitely be a 1 p.m. show as well, but I'll schedule those and then post links in the Discord Facebook group as well for people to find. And we'll be back then tomorrow. So thanks for watching, guys. This is super late, so I'm trying to lower my voice a little bit to not get into trouble. And we'll be back then, guys. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe if you're new. Please share the stream if you enjoyed it and want to share it with other people as well. That will massively help us grow. And then, guys, have a great evening and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.